you in a court of law.
All right.
Retweeting the announcements. Alrighty. And then I am going to send you and VillagerSkin both a pool and a password, so that way we don't have to like use friend codes to add each other. We can just join that pool that nobody else will be in, and then we'll be able to find the lobbies that way.
Sounds good to me. Multiplayer maps in moment.
Okay, there's that. Alrighty, and we'll start off with some cats, starting it off strong. And I'll get the pool and everything put together.
All right, I'm in the pool.
Awesome. Once I'm in the pool, I will send out an invite for the game. It might be a little bit redundant to put a password on it, but...
I mean, yeah, you might as well. Like, it can't really hurt, you know, so.
Yeah. Alright, recruitment notification sent. And it looks like VillagerSkin is here and ready to be grabbed.
Oh,
Grabbed.
There we go. Hello there.
Hi, VillagerSkin. Welcome to the stream. They are muted at the moment, and they're welcome to remain muted if they would like to, but they are now here and able to hear us. And then it looks like Devi is here, and I've given Devi the information that Devi needs to be able to join us if Devi's able and willing to do so. But in the meantime, I'd just like to say hi to Phantomu and Bad Gamer, and of course Devi, and Charged Bonsai, and Sicarius, and Skogvetter, who managed to send a message which has no characters in it. That's a nice trick. Is there an invisible emote in there? No, I'm not seeing anything. Oh, no, okay, I think there's just like a gray square or something, or a transparent emote, or I don't know. Why are we early today? We're not early. This is usually the time. This is the same time that the stream usually starts. Squid School, arguably the best school. Thank you, Hyperchip, and welcome.
It's not arguable. It's an objective fact, is what that is.
Time's sake here. Technically, to some people, it is early because I don't change chimes. Like my clock does not change, but because it changed, the stream is now an hour early.
There's no way Phantomus doesn't change though.
I don't know, but for some people, it is early, but to others, it should still be the same. Like this is still Central Time, but now it went from Central Standard. We're on Central Daylight now.
Do they do daylight savings time in insert place here? I'm not gonna Hold on.
Idea. Where I live, they don't. So the stream is technically an hour early for me. Oh, I get to play different weapon today.
Oh, interesting.
It's the
apparently it starts at a different time there than it does here. Okay, never mind. But yeah, we went through daylight savings time this week, so it's gonna be a little bit different for some people, I guess. I just figured it was the same time for everybody because it's confusing that it's not, but here we are.
Yeah, it's I think I've got friends who live in the UK, and it's a different time for them. It's a different date than it is for us in the United States. Also, there are places in the United States that just flat out don't do daylight savings time, so there's that.
Yeah,
It's a,
I lived in Arizona for a bit, so I know all about that. But
Yep.
and hello, Gone, and I have no idea, and Hydro Airplane, and Mommy, and it's spelled differently, of course. And Mr. Dale, and Mayfrog, and the Mad Cat, and Kooky Sprite, and Weege, and Osmosis, and Hank, and Tikaz, and Leon, and LED Games, and Spoony Crab, and Arrhythmia, and Jamie, and Charged Bonsai, and Legendary Strider, and Datsumi. Hello, everybody. And Shaluna, hello to you too. And Frog Eye, and Shuno.
Frog Eye.
Frog is actually they're on my, well, we've got a like a casual tournament coming up soon, I guess, and they're on my team for that. So hey there, May. Hi from TV World.
TV World.
Yes, they're on TV. All right.
Hi, Mom.
So
I know she's not watching.
Oh, it is Pi Day. I forgot about that.
3 point. Oh my goodness, an anime hero with the donation 3141. Thank you so much.
It's so good.
You know, 3.1415926535897932384624. You know the rest. You know the rest.
Who doesn't?
Cat images are blocking the fun. The cat images are the fun. Thank you. And yes, we do have a command in chat to warn me about the cats. Yeah, I mean they'll yell at me either way.
Just goes cats.
Yeah, and Missing No is asking for the cat back. See, you see how it works here. All right, double backline.
No one wins.
Double backline and then dapples and roller.
Oh dear.
I did not mean to throw that, but you know.
It's fine. If people decide to come up here,
One dropping right.
second, then
I'm right.
I got you.
Pushing goal.
Damn.
There you go, nice.
Got-
Another one there. Another one there. That's one.
Down to roller.
Good, good.
Nicely
Go, go,
done.
go.
Nicely done.
Ooh. I'm pushing ahead.
Okay.
I'm
I'm
in a
pushing up.
backline crab.
There's a charger up on the top left.
Got one with
I
crab.
slipped
Roller might be coming up.
Got
No,
another.
rollers.
That's three. Just
Push,
charger.
push, push.
Charger.
I'm
Push, push, push.
Charger's behind us. Charger's behind us. Go.
away.
Nice.
Nice. Nicely done.
I was like, the charger's behind me. Doolies are down. Free path to goal.
Villager
I love-
Skin
yeah.
says, "I'm talking. I don't think you can hear me." Yeah, no one's hearing
Oh
you there.
no. Oh dear.
Why did it? I changed the volume settings on MisterRocketMan, and then
Oh,
it
I'm
just
sorry.
changed back. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault. Like,
no, it actually is my fault because I turned up my. Is that better?
That's a lot quieter. And I mean,
Yeah.
you turned it halfway, so you're a lot quieter now. You were fine
yeah,
while you
like
were-
I had it
Alternative
in a decent place.
Okay, I'll just set it back to where it was then.
Yeah,
There we
sounds
go.
good. Yeah, that should be fine. All right, is Villager back?
I just
oops.
dragged Villager back up, but there's no
No.
green bubble or anything coming through from Mike.
Oop, hello.
There it
There's
is, there
Villager.
you
Hello
are.
there.
Yay!
The gang's all here.
But we
the-
lost Villager. We gotta go
They're all
sleep
here.
mode because we lost Villager in the matching phase.
Oh,
Oh.
no.
My God.
It's fine. The wonders of technology.
Yes. And the wonders of how it never works how you want it to.
It's giving our brains a workout. It's by not working correctly almost all the time. We have to figure out how to make it work correctly.
I've done my day job. My brain's already worked hard enough.
All right, lobby is going back up.
Okay.
I don't remember what the pass is.
I did DM it to you.
I know, I'm looking. I'm just
Okay.
talking out loud. I got it.
How do you get used to playing with your hands down away from your chin or chest? Lately I've been trying to stream my sets and the clicking of my controller has been blocking my voice. Oh no. So the reason that I play the way that I do is because when I have my forearms resting on my thighs, I have more stability that way. Like, my hands aren't going to shake as much. And I've always found that that has given me, you know, both in Super Smash Bros. And in Splatoon, I've always found that that has given me the best positioning for playing. Because, like, people's hands just shake, you know? That's a thing that they do, especially when they get tired or they get cold or something. And so being able to minimize that by grounding them, literally, like, having them connected to the floor, basically, because they're on your thighs and your feet are on the ground, that really helps with that.
Alright.
Drop roller brush, tune into squids on the roller and brush.
Oof.
I've
And
always
then
played
the-
Splash, guys. Get off my back for it.
The sploosh is gonna be speedy.
Roller's on there right
We got
behind-
one.
We got the roller.
Never mind. Goodbye. I think
Brush is zipping.
this way. Yep, I see.
There's a
over-
hammer underneath left.
Got him.
Two on left, including roller. I'm gonna go down to this.
Yep. Sorry. I'm getting out. Oh no, I couldn't get out there.
Oh, they're one shot.
Thank you for the raid, Autobito.
We're all down by the maker.
No! No!
Nicely done. Nicely done. Okay. We are.
I'm
gonna go for pop.
Watch for roller. Kraken is going.
Yeah, we can't really do much for that one. Squiffer, no! I ran out of charge!
Oh no, wait.
It's dead.
Go.
I'm gonna get up
above
and,
me.
no, I'm not gonna. Oh, Brush got me. Nice, good trade.
Traded free.
That'll just reset. Let it reset.
Yep.
They've got a beacon on left, so be ready for them to
There's
be in
three
faster.
on the right!
Let's see.
Stay alive.
Yep. Okay.
I can play that game too.
I'm down to
Grabbing.
Swift.
Rain's
I'm not
one,
gonna
oh my
get
gosh.
the rain.
Oh no.
Shredding the big
Everything I did
bubbler.
so
Big bubbler
far.
shredded.
I hit 3 shots.
There's a zip going in.
Brush down.
Roller down.
Nice.
Okay.
Just
push,
Squiff.
push.
Squiff is on me in mid.
Okay.
Tag
Not
him.
long.
Go. Nice.
Nice.
All right, I have crab ready.
one's
I'm gonna get
be
it
roller,
set.
roller on the left.
Got strike. Okay. I'm gonna watch for
On the
roller.
left wall.
I see him. Roller down.
All right,
Okay.
crabbing from mid.
Just another one. on the left
This might not be
somewhere,
safe
one
to go
on the
right.
Okay. No. Yep. Oh man. Sorry.
No worries.
I went out in front of everybody. Not a good move.
Left is usually the safer move here.
Yeah.
It's not as bad
Okay.
as it is on like some maps where you're just throwing if you go one direction, but you
I
definitely
think
want to have it
roller,
clear.
Either roller or
Roller on
Sploosh is
right.
coming up. Sploosh. Yep.
Roller weak on
I got
right.
the rain.
Squiff is
In
looking
our
Roll.
yeah, we got villager.
I see it.
We need to be
Okay.
back right now.
at. Yep. Gonna back up.
Yeah. I got the roller and the beacon. Where was
Triumph.
the Squiffer? Oh.
Right, going out on Squiff. Did not
Someone's
get.
on the right here. Oh, Brush is
I
on
see
me in
him.
mid.
There's a lot of paint in our
There's
carousel
a
right.
few here, yeah. Squiffer's up on the top right. I just need ink. There we go. Okay,
Squiff
there's 2 around this wall.
underneath our bridge. Nope,
Rain is
Squiff-
popped.
Nope, I
Hang
see
on.
it.
Crabbing to take control of mid.
Okay. I'm gonna try and
Brush on me,
push
brush
up.
on me, brush on me.
I can't get it. I don't
Oh.
have a charge.
Sorry.
Zip on right.
I'm all alone up here. I'm gonna back up.
Yeah, good job.
Fire strike out.
Roller coming right.
Roller is cracking.
They
There
dropped
it
the
is.
Kraken.
Keeping Swift busy. I don't. They're not taking their
They're
shot.
Blue's
very
coming into
committed
plat.
to me.
There are
I'm
two
gonna sneak it.
underneath. Yep.
Go.
Gonna go up with you.
There's
Got
dunk.
one.
Got another one. That's 2.
Two.
Keep going for it. Keep going. Keep going. It's just roller. Just
There
wild
we
wipe. Go.
I'm leading the way. I'm leading the way.
Yep. Going.
There's 2 directly in front.
Good
Sorry.
push.
It's okay. It's
No,
okay.
All good. All good.
I popped right
That's a
over.
good push. Yeah, we don't
Oh,
get the
no.
pop. I'm dead. Just run. Just run.
Yep. Swimming in.
There's 3 in front.
Oh, I mistimed that.
They've also got a
Forgot
beacon to
Squid.
right, so be ready
Gonna
for them in
wait for a
carousel.
jump. Okay, no jump then.
Okay, so
One-
it's gonna
one
be
coming
like
bottom right.
3 in mid. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
2 on right. I'm down to roller.
I
My
think
bad.
it's Sploosh, bottom right. Could be wrong.
3 on right. 3 on right.
Oh, there's 3.
Oh, God,
I got caught by
There's
Swift.
still 2 more. There's still
Swift
2
is
more.
on. Swift is on our snipe.
There you go.
Our snipe. Listen.
There was 1 more behind the Rainmaker.
Top of the platform there.
Waybreaker.
Just gotta hold him off.
There we go.
Nice. I'm just
Okay,
gonna crowd.
hold him out.
Good. The Kraken.
We probably didn't want to pop that. but-
Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, nicely done though.
Mhm.
Woo.
Yeah, it was a good job rotating to the Rainmaker sneak. I just remember seeing like 3 people that were all behind me, so I was like, chances are pretty good nobody's actually
So,
defending the Rainmaker right now.
What happened there is the brush and the roller were down in the carousel. I may have dropped on top of them, got scared by them, and was just like, oh no, and then they chased me, so you had a free run.
Mhm.
It's that I think that I'm pretty sure that's skirmishing. That's skirmishing, right?
Being a distraction. It's like running away with your arms high in the sky, like, follow me, and they did that until they
Yeah,
realized,
that's
oh, shoot, the
skirmishing.
Rainmaker.
That meets the description, right?
They were looking at you and not at the objective. So that yes,
Yes, it
Not
was
worth it.
objectively a good play.
pretty good at skirmishing.
An unintentionally good play.
What do you mean? Of course it was intentional.
Yeah, you know, I just... Sure.
All planned, calculated.
I was gonna flank, but then I'm like, you know when you kinda, it's like in those spy shows where they fall through the air vent into a meeting of all the enemies, and then you just gotta like, bye.
Hello there.
General Kenobi.
That's kind of what happened.
And hello, Jules, and thank you for the membership, Ram.
That's a lot. Okay, they are going to hold forward a lot, considering their builds. All of them but the pro are a quick respawn.
Oh dear. Okay.
Have a sample.
All right,
I don't know who
all 3 on left. All 3 on left.
There's
Rushing
3
it.
on left. Yeah, 4 on left. One is on bottom left.
Beautiful, beautiful. I'm gonna have crab soon.
Jem, watch
Grabbing.
out for. Nice.
Thank you. One back there. Got him.
One of us needs to grab. Okay.
Nice.
I just might be holding forward. The one dropped right, I think.
Strike is out.
Oh,
And they're plat.
I'm down in front. They're marked.
I'm
you got
probably
this! I believe!
Nice.
nice.
Yeah, good tempo there. We're recognizing when we have advantage and pushing it pretty quick.
Number 1 turf anchor.
I got the splat. The gold splatting badges.
Not stays winning.
It's having its moments. I didn't die. I thought I did, in all honesty.
I really hope next season gives us a better not kit.
I like a better not kit would be cool, but I hope it just doesn't go like overpowered, you know?
Yeah,
Because
I mean
I feel like depending on what they give it, they can make it really like very strong, like how they did in S2. Although Inkjet kind of like it was good, but then with how vulnerable it can be to some other weapons.
No.
But
Let's say they give it Splat Bomb Inkjet in S3. Do you think that's still healthy?
I think that's probably a decent balance because like what is it? People are running Inkjet more now, and I find they're really easy to deal with. That's just me though, because I'm a backline. But
yeah.
Personally, I want a leader with beacons.
you're not the only one who does.
It would be more of something than Ink Mine at least.
Ooh.
This arrow spray is going for Giant Explosion Reef Slider.
Alright, I'm just flanking right away. I'm on their...
Okay.
I'm on one of them. Got my roller.
We're boxed in by their... Okay, nice.
Two on my ouch. Watch out,
Okay, I see.
above you.
Okay, and out here. And I am down to... no, I'm down to Flingza on my ouch. They're going bottom right. They're on the wall.
Oh, I traded. I read that.
I see it.
I'm gonna lose pop here in all likelihood. Oh no, we got it.
You got it.
Oh,
It
nice.
felt like we 2v3'd that. I don't understand. Grabbing.
Okay. Oh, here.
I'm down. Flings the left.
Yep, I see him.
I don't have any charge.
One on right as well. Good trade.
I
Just
am
heavy,
down
just
to
heavy.
Deco. Traded for Deco.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see the flank. I was like, where did the Flingza go?
On right. Oh, one flanking right on me. They got
I see
me.
it.
They're back in low. in back
Deco
left.
is on. There are 3 on me, I think.
Focus right.
Yep. One is bottom
That's
left.
2 down.
Someone in mid.
Several on right. Got one.
See it.
Two rollers below us.
Okay. Gonna try and engage. They are boxed in. Flingza is
Grabbing
down.
on their plat.
A go down to Deco. Try
On
strike out.
me traded.
Down to
Still one bottom right.
Go down to Zuka.
Flingza's one on the right. Mark the carbon.
They're watching left side for me. Watch out for the free slider. Well, I thought it was out of range. My bad.
I got it. Remember, they have Giant Explosion Reef Slider. It's bigger than normal.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was what you meant by giant.
20% more explosive.
Yes. I didn't know what else to call it with the triple mains of sub power up, or not sub power, special power up.
Bold
There's-
move.
They're very weak underneath that ledge.
Got one.
There's 2 more.
I'll try and...
Uh-oh.
I'm grabbing.
No, down to Flingza on bottom right. They're coming up the wall to mid.
Yeah. I don't know if I can save the jump, but I'm gonna try.
Yep, sorry about
I
that.
got
I'm
him.
getting
I
pushed
got
out of
him, I got
left.
That's nice.
Over here.
I'm gonna try and
Carbon weak. Didn't get him.
for got spray. I am pressured by Flingza.
There's a lot on left. I've got to back up.
I'm using the Rainmaker as a cover fire weapon.
Flings a weak. On left. I'm still down. Carbon. Carbon their court.
Got spray.
I got him.
All right, there we
Nice,
go. Move
nice.
up. Move up.
Okay, come in.
There's still one here, one here, one here, one here, one here.
Oops. I got him. Sorry about that.
It's okay, you still got him.
Flings the top
It
left.
still works.
I'm pushing up ahead.
There's
Airspray
3 in that
down.
corner. There's
Flings it
3 there.
down. One more on me.
Got one.
Last one and go at goal. They zooked me. They zooked me. Nice. They're down. Go, go, go.
Zuka, that's Zuka.
There's
Okay, go, go, go.
Flingza.
Yep,
Behind goal.
I see
Behind
ya.
goal.
I got Flingza. Okay. Oh, no.
Oh,
I
got
did
my
kind of the
TP.
leap of faith. I'm trying
Okay.
my best. There's one painting. I think
Let's
arrow
see,
sprays
I
up for
see
this
spray,
fight.
yeah. Spray is, I
I
think,
marked
on.
somebody.
They're generally moving right.
I got one. I got the carbon.
They might.
Flanking right.
Up behind us a little
Strike
bit.
is down.
Going for
Going
rain.
for rain.
Got
Nice.
him, yep.
Oh no. Spray is behind us. I think.
Carbon got
they're-
me. Carbon right.
They're not. They're. I'll give it.
Nice shot.
If they're that far behind us, just move up. They're coming right carousel.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a I panic mode as soon as I see the reef slider line. Like I can't do anything. I did stall it in the corner though. Oh,
Okay.
3 on right or on left. Sorry.
I got one.
Got one. Another one on me. Got them. Just rain.
Their Rainmaker may be weak.
Nice.
Nice job. I saw that hold forward there.
My big swig roller is filled with Sprite, and the next bamboozler should get Burst Bomb as a sub. I enjoy your delicious sugar water, Landry Crosby, and thank you so much for the donation.
But would Bamboozler? I mean, it wouldn't be for the damage combo because it could already like tap shot.
And thank you for
But
the
he's
soup
for
money
mobility.
microwave fanfic. Thank you.
By the way, did you two coordinate wearing green jackets today?
I did not.
Both of your octolings have the same hairstyle, and you're both wearing green jackets.
No, this is just my normal build.
I was just like, it's cool how you two are coordinated. Meanwhile, me and Jem have matching shoes.
on your jacket because
they're different jackets, but they're both green.
oh, are they? Okay.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was
Green
funny.
jackets. Oh yeah. No, yeah.
You'll see at the look at the beginning. It was just something I took
Ah,
note
yeah,
of
yeah,
at the
no,
end screen
the,
animation.
I think isn't that the that's the run speed jacket. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
it is. Oh, Hoodra.
A lot of paint.
Triple Kraken! But, what is it? Both the rollers are Ninja Squid, so I don't think they're gonna be getting Kraken very fast if we just flat them faster.
No.
Just paint everything and watch out for flanks.
Yep.
One knows I'm down here.
I'm gonna push out.
Hey, oh, they're
We're two
all
down, we're two down.
One top right,
I'm gonna
three
back
on the
up a
left.
little bit. Got one with bomb. They're
Hydra's on right.
Someone's
not
flanking
see-
on the right.
I went down to roller. I didn't know why I went try strike when I knew they were right there. Not the best.
Got the Rainmaker.
Nice.
I'm down in
Nicely
mid.
done.
Oh, I
Did
found
we
the
got
Hydra.
it?
I'm gonna try and
Hydra left.
go. Right then.
Ooh.
Careful there,
well,
villager. You're alone. They're coming left.
Rain's one. No.
Oh my god! I went down to Hydra.
I'm just gonna run away here for a second.
Focus steps. Roller flanking right.
Focus-
On goal,
Yep,
on goal.
It is.
I might see
And
him.
they have a Kraken, and I can't hit them. There's a
There's
96
two
there
on right.
too.
Yeah, they're crackening. Got rain. They're trying to come over the top. Got him. There's still one over here, isn't there?
On the steps. I got him. Oh, I got two.
Okay, that's two. They should be cleared
Nicely
out of here.
done.
Oh, there's a
Okay.
jump to court. Jump to
course.
court. There you go.
I
That's
marked
it.
the last guy.
And last ones. They're jumping to that too.
I got one. You can get the second. There you go.
Make sure we're painting up carousel so they don't have flank routes.
Hydra's
Yep.
up. I'm marking the Hydra.
I'm on the Hydra. Oh crap! There's three here. I'm down. They jumped to the beacons there.
Okay.
They moved over to the right, but they're gonna come back. One over plat, the other over left.
I'm still marking the Hydra.
The rest of us are pretty far
They
behind
know
the
I'm
green right
here.
now.
They know I am here. Okay.
Yeah, they know I exist in the carousels. Oh, one dropped on me on the right.
Okay.
They're coming. They're right around the
They're
corner.
up. They're
Down.
Got 'em.
there you go. Watch out for the rollers. One's top.
Hydra mid.
Hydra left. With
Crabbing
the
it.
rollers.
Hydra down. I'm trying to get away from this
Kraken
Kraken.
is right
Another
on.
one here. Another one here.
Kraken got me. Got by Kraken.
Oh no. Hi 96. Please leave.
Roller on our top right.
Yep, I see him.
Hit him 3 times.
I'm zoning the.
I did not get. I traded for roller. Another is probably bottom right.
Nope. I'm on the bottom.
Okay.
I've been playing the bottom almost the whole game.
1 drop
Yep.
from right.
I marked the Hydra.
96 is.
Oh, I'm gonna
Hey,
die.
mid.
Ooh, I'm alive.
Oh, I got. Roller was on their bridge.
Now there's another roller here. I got it.
What? That was in midair.
Nice.
That was on a 1-shot. Oh, it was the Hydra.
Oh,
Hydra bottom right.
96
Hydra bottom
on
right.
the bottom
Right.
left. Bottom left. 96.
Yep, I see him. Well, I don't see him. I saw that.
Or is it right? I don't know. I might have been backwards. It's on the bottom somewhere.
96 is on me. I'm
You're
trying
on the
to.
right now, yeah.
Hydra's left
Yep.
glass. Paint
I
up.
marked the 96.
Yep.
Oh, hi Hydra. Man, this makes me miss the range I usually have.
Hmm.
Got 1.
Oh!
Up
Roller
on
on
the
the left.
Roller
Let's
coming
see.
in. Got him.
Yep.
There's a beacon on the bottom right somewhere.
Is there? Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah, yeah.
Cracking.
Oh, they
Yeah,
jumped to
they're
it!
kind of-
I'm alive! There's another roller on me, though. I'm dead. I marked it, though.
Just weak.
They're
Right down.
running away.
Alright, let's try to push this to left. There's a roller
Okay.
above.
Gonna try and clear them out.
Both rollers in front of us in court.
Yep.
The
Rollers on the
carousel's
right.
rotating in our favor.
Hydra's
I'm on
the
their
right,
left. They grabbed. They
Uh,
grabbed.
went down to roller. Went down to roller.
Got the Rainmaker. Oh, this
Where's
is
the
one.
Kraken? Okay, it's on left.
too.
Another thing to run it through them.
Rainmaker.
Oh, there's a lot on the right. I need someone
Yep.
with a bomb.
Got maker.
I'm trying to crab it. One dropped right, coming up the right wall, I think. Or maybe carousel.
They're in the
96.
We
carousel.
need to
behind that
grab this
wall.
soon. I'm gonna grab.
Let's see.
Oh, Booyah's gonna get me. That's not a good
Rest
place to be
in
with the
peace.
Rainmaker now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Didn't. That's a shame.
We just never got a chance to move past mid.
I think we had chances. I think we just didn't take them.
Mm,
There were
that's
definitely
a-
some opportunities where we had like 2 down, and we were
Mm,
kind of just
mm.
like so far back that we never pushed up.
That's something I've noticed with my play. I tend to be more passive than I should be, especially when I know that there are rollers in play, because it's just so punishing to get got. But on the other hand, like if you don't push the advantage, then you never score. So
Yeah, it's important to be painting defensively so that when you do know there's an advantage, like, you can move up and you don't have to waste time painting. You can just already have a path painted and know that it's safe in front.
The other thing is depending on the weapon you play, so if like the T-Tech is a weapon you play, you can always like continuously take the paint away from the roller, so they're less threatening, and especially with the crack on roller, they don't have the curling bomb to give them paint to move forward. They have to show
Yeah.
themselves to paint.
That's
so it actually
exactly
makes
what I mean
them
by defensive painting,
all
actually.
there. So
That is
it's-
how I define
well,
that.
By the way I took it is that
It's
you're
a-
staying more back to paint. So that I
No,
took it
yeah.
a different way. Took it
I mean, yeah. We are not getting popped.
Charger.
I'm gonna try and come around a little bit.
They're stuck in mid. Going in.
They're
Push
up,
right, push
catching.
right.
There's 2 at the goal there.
I went down.
Oh, the Chargers. I cannot
96
land
is
4
on my
shots
out.
with this
Careful,
weapon.
villager.
Holy smokes.
There we go. I have a crab. I'm gonna try and use it to get us out. Got one. One on the ramp. They're weak.
Uh-oh.
They're pushing.
We need to stop rain.
I'm popping it and
Just the
dropping it on
T-Tech,
left.
they're probably going to give jumps if we let them. Drop it down.
I'm already on the
They
left.
jumped.
At the charger.
Oh, what the?
96 weak. Got him. Another one on me.
Uh-oh.
Crabbing. They're crabbing in return. I need to get out. I'm down. Watch out for the crab. There we go. They're two down.
I'm caught by 96.
Need to get up in front of Devi here. If Devi's going to pick up, or whoever.
I'm trying to hold the forward at the moment, so.
One from left, from left, from left. I'm down.
Yep, I see him.
I'm dead.
Got the
Stay alive,
T-Tech.
stay alive. Let us get jumps in.
They're all three.
Nice, that's three down, that's three down. Go, go, go.
The two down.
Don't get ambushed, don't get ambushed.
Oh, man.
Got them.
Oh, they're on the side.
Over the top of goal.
No,
Back up,
no.
back up, back up.
Yeah, I was outnumbered.
That jump
They're
was
dropping into mid.
I missed everything.
Careful, Devi, they might just bypass you
I
here.
know, I
Let me
know.
in.
I do not have enough jump on this build, apparently, to get out.
They're crabbing. I think I'm behind the crab, yeah. Crab's weak. Crab had to move. Should be good. Crabbing myself. Got one.
behind you,
Another
Joe.
one on me, thank you. Just rain and one other. And I'm down to the rain. That was a good shot.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Never mind. I'm
We have
alive.
advantage, push up. Don't let him get jumps.
Yep, yep.
I'm dead to Rainmaker.
Traded for rain. That's a little
They're jumping into
embarrassing.
mid. No, it's all good. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Got one on right.
They're two down.
Yep, I see him.
Oh, they're jumping into middle here.
Crabbing it.
I didn't get him.
I'm
They're
down to-
weak.
oh,
One
they
shot
had a
mid
leader
block,
above
mid
me.
block,
Oh,
mid
dear.
block.
Okay, Ziff is
It's
on
just you.
down
It's
to-
just you.
Oh, just try to keep it in the corner. Don't be on our side with it.
Nobody put the baby in the corner.
Coming up right.
Should not have lived that long.
They're weak.
They crabbed.
Yep.
Oh, one knows I'm here.
Crabbing into mid.
Weak, literally on
Like-
top of me. Okay, nicely done. Thank you.
96 is just holding mid block. They're on the right now.
Several weak on me in mid.
Good to you,
No,
villager.
he's just-
There's
me.
only two of us alive.
Uh-oh.
Don't drop.
Yep.
Okay, we're here.
Oh no.
I'm gonna try and...
Chargers on left side.
I need help.
Sorry. I am weak. Nope. Got got by splash.
They're still there. My bad. Should have been watching that. Still on ramp. Still on ramp.
Yeah, I got
try
it.
and-
Oh my goodness.
They didn't have...
They're gonna stall it in mid. There's one hiding down below on the right and one hiding down below on the left.
I'm down to Rainmaker.
Oh,
I'm down.
hi.
Just heavy.
Yeah, they're just pushing
The pushing
forward.
maker.
I can't do much here.
Got
Oh
rain.
my god.
They've got a crab on our goal. They popped. See if we can grab.
No, I did splat them, but not in time.
Well, that's sad.
There was kind of a
Oh,
kraken
yeah.
following me, so I'm like, I can charge while swimming, but no guarantee my aim's gonna be on point in a 180 flick.
One quick tip for
one of
comms.
the-
Let's make sure that we're trying not to say complete sentences, because that can take so long that some other new information might need to be shared, and that we don't have the mic to say it yet. So try and like cut out the unnecessary words and just like player location, or you know, I'm down, you're last. Like quick little 2-syllable things. That'd be something to work on for coordinated play.
Give me 2 seconds.
Sure thing. Hopefully you've got more than that because we've already started matching up.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sleep mode,
They
sleep mode.
just completely left.
And just left. Okay.
Crab is meta in nature as well. I think Tier Zoo puts them at like B or C tier. Tier Zoo isn't a huge fan of the crustacean
Sorry
builds.
about that. That's me. I'm very apologetic.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, you know, Genial Raps, I thought you were on my team instead. Thanks for clarifying that. Room is back up.
Okay.
Yep.
GG, I was on the other team, by the way, is in a 4-stack. As a gamer, bright lights can be detrimental to my health. Yes, the games that you're playing are in fact probably detrimental to your health.
Ooh, mini.
There's a way to work blinding lights by the weekend in here somehow. I know it. I spread crab propaganda. They're neat little guys. I'm glad you like crabs. Because you're going to see a lot of them in this game. It's Inky Minaj!
It is Inky Minaj. I actually ran into them the other day on the stream.
Still my favorite tag in all of Splatoon.
It's very good.
Okay, we're not getting popped.
Okay, yep.
Come on, right.
Down here.
Wiper trying to push.
Nicely done.
Wiper down. No, not down. Wiper still right. Wiper still right.
3 down.
On our goal.
3 down.
Bring it to the left. Bring
On
it
our
to
goal.
the
Coming
left.
behind.
Yep.
Nice.
Got Wiper.
Good stuff. Got 52. Another one behind. Got them. Roller on. Got it. Go. I'm grabbing.
Beacon.
Oh, there was someone sharking. My bad. Alright, next head push.
Oh. Thank you.
Good stuff. They're gonna drop it right.
They won't get very far. Or they will. There's a wiper by me somewhere. Yep, there's 2 by me.
Got 1.
Wiper's on the right wing. There
Got
we go.
Tetris. There's a jump to me. They got me. Roller.
One's on
My
the
ouch.
goal.
They're jumping to roller. On right with beacons. There's 3 now.
I'm down.
Oh dear.
Kraken on ramp.
He fell in hard together.
They're gonna hammer the goal.
I'm just taking away the paint right now.
One on me. 52. They're weak. Got him.
Oh, there's one right here.
They picked up.
There's a wall here. Okay,
There we go.
I died to it, but you know. Get the beacon.
There's
Get the
beacon
beacon
on,
around the left
yeah.
corner. Or it's like right below
I
our
see it.
drop thingy.
One
yeah.
got to it.
so.
They're down. Roller in mid. Roller weak. I'm being pushed by 2.
I threw
Got one.
bombs at the roller. Oh, there's one on the left here by me. Got him.
That was
Got
on you.
Tetras, let's get moving.
Okay, gonna.
Okay, one's up by that beacon where I'm shooting. They could be on the...
Have maker.
Wiper down, thank you.
There we go. One in front of me.
Was that-
Roller is behind
Roller,
the wall.
roller weak. They're down. Go, go, go.
Nice.
Push. Tetras on me. I should go down. No, I'm not.
Like,
Oh, let's go. Wipe, wipe, wipe.
that was funny.
And game.
Is Ultra Stamp good secretly?
When you have them bunched up in a corner and you're just charging straight at them, yes. Oh my god. It is still very vulnerable, but it does more damage to crabs, and it like is basically like a long-range mass explosion snipe shot too, in a way. So
It's like it can clear a hallway. You know, if you can't get around it, you're in trouble. And it's like a discount Trizuka.
and it paints. Well, not the stamp itself, but the weapon that it's on here it paints.
Yeah. It's a pity because, like, I look at the mini and I'm like, all right, this weapon exists. Literally, why would I ever run L3D?
Right? They really did not do too good with the nozzle noses. I feel bad for them and their people who main them.
People main nozzle nose? I guess
Yes.
somebody's got to main every weapon.
We don't talk about the undercover brawlers.
I
we
love
can get
undercover
Going for pop.
They've got the double backline.
Back up, back up.
Yep.
Heavy, or Hydra drop to mid, right?
I got the heavy.
Yep.
Oh, there's a heavy and a Hydra. Very cool. We're 2
And
down.
a skipper.
Oh, Squipper.
They're coming
no,
right, they're coming right.
Yep.
There's only 2 of us alive.
Oh boy.
Oh, they're gonna booyah.
Grabbing.
They rushed this. Nice.
I'm waiting.
Oh,
Heavy on
Heavy's
our
moving
rail
up.
still. Nice.
Good.
Not heavy.
Okay, that's 2 down.
I may have
Nice.
sniped
That's
that guy.
that's a delayed wipe. Let's go.
Nice.
Watch above.
Just the Hydra's up and straight in front here.
Oh,
Oh,
oh, Hydra.
oh, they're both here.
Let's
They're
go.
weak,
What a
they're weak.
snipe. Oh my god.
That was great because I missed the last shot on that guy.
Watch for heavy. They're looking.
Let's go. We need people ahead.
Oh,
Gems.
oh,
Nah, that was just a good sprint.
Okay, I was just like, Okay, I'm marked. I need to wait a second here. Oh, the Squiffer's moving forward,
Dropping.
Yeah, they're on my jump.
and they're accurate.
Yeah, jump out, jump out.
Oh, dear.
They have the way up to our ramp. We need to get out of there.
Throwing out strike.
Okay, good.
They don't have easy ways forward.
Heavy is on their block.
Rainmaker.
Grabbing.
Nice.
One on me.
Someone on the low.
Swift. They're down. Painting Rainmaker.
E-Tech is looking at our snipe.
Got heavy. I'm down to T-Tech.
Okay.
Detect by me. There's 2 on me.
Careful, they're gonna get popped.
Yep.
There's one right below our leg parts they're pushing.
Oh, I got.
Hydra's being aggressive.
2v3. Be careful.
Oh, I got the Hydra.
Taking away paint. YOLO!
Got one.
Almost.
Heavy's weak. There's a jump to where they were. Jump down.
I hit a burst bomb on the Rainmaker.
Same.
Oh, they're shooting at me. Heavy's
Grabbing.
looking at me.
Rain down.
Oh, I'm getting pinched. T-Tech on the left.
Got the heavy.
T-Tech still left. Could be right now.
I'm down. T-Tech is playing is on my ouch.
Someone's on the low left here. I hit him with a burst.
You're very forward.
Got rain.
I'm the next closest to
Another
you.
one on me, right?
Uh,
Third tree.
we're
T-Tech.
staggered right now. Need to regroup somehow.
Yep.
Yeah, breaking.
Squiffer's moving up.
Got the heavy.
Nice.
I'm gonna drop left and flank.
Okay.
Squiff has bubble up.
I got one.
Hydra dropped.
They're weak.
Hydra
weak,
sign.
weak. I'm down.
Squift down.
Both backlines together on the right.
Hydra's weak. Hydra down.
Waiting for pop.
Heavy above. They're jumping to it.
Got the
Hit
heavy.
him. Nice.
T-Tech on left.
Nice.
I'm down. Squiff. Squiff is weak.
Yeah, Squiff
I'm
and
only half the hammer.
We don't have to
there's
push.
T-Tech.
Nice.
T-Tech's here. Ooh, T-Tech was on the
T-Tech
left
cornered.
somewhere.
Yeah, T-Tech's left tree.
Careful. I don't have any. Push it. Oh. I got him.
traded.
First bomb.
Just backlines.
Nice.
My Hydra.
I have hammer.
Grabbing.
Oh, the bomb got me.
Got heavy.
Watch for Squiff. They're behind.
T-Tech and Hydra in front.
Swift's in mid.
Squiff got
Just hold
Squiff
in that
down
corner
to
as long as you can. Oh.
something. Traded for Squiff.
T-Tech's on the left here, right in front of me.
Oh my god, I missed everything. T-Tech on me right.
Yep, is he in? They're coming after me now.
I'm down to rain. It's just
Down.
heavy. Oh man.
Oh no.
No.
That's gonna be
That is.
Snipe! Oh, I tried so hard to hit that with the hammer.
Oh man.
Ah!
Oh.
I thought you guys had that there because I was moving in as soon as we went, and then I'm like, oh
Yeah.
no.
I should have. I chased too hard and ended up letting the Rainmaker by me. That's too bad.
Yeah, that's
Well-
something I've been noticing on Brine Water, that like will go in from left with so many players that they can just grab and go to the right without really having to worry about us. It's happened a couple of times now.
Yep.
So keep an eye out for that.
At that point in time, I saw we had
It's-
three
it's
defending,
just-
so that's why I took the left angle to pinch.
It's just that, man, something's. I don't know if people are running lots of object shredder or what, but you just. I try to go left just because it's the quickest way to the maker, and then we end up losing pop, and I end up getting cornered. So.
Also, keep in mind, on Brine Water, I don't go for pop.
Okay, fair enough.
And also with the comp that they have, like I think we could still get it faster, but on Brine Water, I like never go for pop.
Is it just not?
That would
worth
be good to know, because I've gone for pop a couple times.
I know,
Yeah,
but you guys
yeah.
like it's been there, but like because with how I set up, like I've gone left every time and can get one or two of them each time. So.
Oh no.
I'll surround myself with squid.
I got a DC message, so
Yeah. Reading about galactic squids' desire to surround themselves with marine life, which is presumably why they're playing this game, right? I mean, I'm sure there's biology, marine biology, scuba instructor, probably a bunch of things that you could do to just get yourself out into a place where you're living around a whole bunch of water nature. Fish. Jules asks, what are Debbie's favorite splatlings in order?
I put them in chat already, but out
Oh,
loud.
okay.
Hydra, have EV, Mini, Not, BP, Ballpoint, and then the Zimmy.
And then Devi says, Hydra, Heavy, V Mini. I was going in order. Whistlewind Wolf is greeting Jules' cat. Alright.
Just changing my glasses here. Hang on.
Yeah, I was just gonna check.
Yeah, no. I'm putting on more run speed. And getting
speed?
further burst bomb.
Run speed?
Run speed? Speaking of, I have to edit that command after this. It's actually going to be a redemption. I just keep forgetting to convert it into a sound file. Jules! Yes, if you put that in my chat, it comes up with a fancy writing run speed.
Speak.
Picture of a seagull from Finding Nemo.
That is exactly why we do it. Thermalink, Bow, Respawn, Punisher, Charger, and Haunt, Splash.
Huh.
Well, I'm down to pop.
That time I just didn't make it in time to
They're coming
help.
down bottom ref,
Yeah,
bottom right. Not ref.
I don't have
What's
enough.
ref? Ref isn't a word. Got him.
It's a combination of right and left, obviously.
That's it's like how the English.
Oh. I
Bereft is a
ran
word.
out of ink. There's two in mid, both ranged weapons. One on the low left.
I'm gonna try and.
Oh, why did I jump?
Come on.
I always say not to do that jump, and I did that jump.
Guys, I
Good pop.
I splatted
Alright.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Going for pop.
Okay. Yep.
I can help it. There we go. Oh, one's behind me.
Pushing them. I'm down to Stringer.
I'm with you.
Okay, we're
Nice.
one down. Be careful. Left is where the play is. Okay, it's reset. Let's get back up.
I'm gonna go.
Watch
back down.
Bow's
Carousel
on
right.
bottom right. Bow's bottom right.
Yep.
I need help. One shot. One shot. Thank
Nice.
you. Oh, they took it. They took it.
Yep.
They got tapped
Okay.
already. Oh.
ZNF in mid still. They dropped to court. I'm going after him. Oh my god. They're running in circles. There we go. We can take it left.
Nice.
There's
They're
one on
down
the
by
right
a
on
bunch.
me. Flash on right. They're one. Oh, first
Going
one's
for
up.
top.
That's
Stringer
my
down.
fault.
Wiped.
I'm
Okay.
in. I'm up ahead here.
I'm going left. They're gonna be
Pressuring
top
their-
left. Nice. I'm actually gonna rotate it right. Okay.
Got one with bomb.
Just the tri-stringer.
Nice,
on top
okay.
left. That should be game. Oh no, try got me. Yeah, there we go.
Oh.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay, I prefer this build.
Go left, Raggy. Ruby doo. Yeah. There we go.
Roll.
So
If
that'll
reft
be-
means to be without. So if you're bereft, then that means you don't know what direction you're going. You're without direction.
Hey, that works surprisingly well, actually. It's like something you'd see on an inspirational quote website or something. I don't know.
All right, that's going to be it for our games there in Anarchy Open. We're going to move over and start doing our VOD reviews now. I think we have codes for both of them. I know I have one from MisterRocketMan, and then... Oh, no, you have a recording. Okay, so we'll start with MisterRocketMan here, if there are no scheduling issues here with that. All right. YBQ1. K21B.
Dude. What I do is I just go into Nintendo Switch Online and I paste the code into the down box.
This... Did I make a mistake here? K21B... B4... Oh, that's an S at the end. That's an S at the end. There it is. Okay. Hello, Slider. Okay. There we go. So we've got double tri-slosher. And I'm giggling a little bit at the immaturely at the names that tri-slosher players have. And then we've got an E-liter. So double bucket is not a bad thing to have for this map. There are a lot of walls and ledges and stuff for you to slosh over with that thing. So they're going to be doing a good job of like sharking and getting into good slaying positions. But you're really the only weapon on your team that's going to be really great for painting. The Charger can do it, but like they would prefer not to have to do it. They'd rather just be spending their time firing shots. So you're going to be playing a lot more of a supportive role here on this comp than you typically would. But you're also going to want to go in with their tacticoolers once if they pop them and they're running in together. Like you want to be a part of that too. Because you'll save your special charge, you'll respawn a lot quicker, you'll have an anchor to jump back to. This is a pretty good zombie comp that you've got working here. So you kind of want to paint as much as you can to set up for the play, and then when you get the tacticooler, you go. Other side has a carbon roller, which you're going to want to be really careful about. Those are super dangerous.
They got me a lot. They got me a fair number of times this match.
The tri-stringer is going to be able to see up over ledges pretty well. Be able to hit down in places where a charger might not be able to hit. So you've got to watch out for those. Know where it is, know where its sight line is, and what it can actually hit from there. The Wiper's probably going to be playing fairly aggressively, although this doesn't seem like a phenomenal map for it. I guess the range will help on some of the open sight lines, but it's not like it's going to be super excellent coming up over a ledge at you or anything. You just got to watch out for a little bit of defensive paint, and you should know it's there before it can one shot. And then I don't know why anyone's running a 96 when the deco is right there. They've got an ink vac, I guess. Maybe that's the goal, to try and like ink vac forward on tower. But yeah, usually if people are going to want a vac, they're going to run like a jet or something, or a charger. So you don't see that one very often.
Excuse me for actually just like 5 seconds. I realized I got my clock running and it's making Discord go crazy. So I'll be right back.
Okay. Just got Splatoon 3. Congratulations. Welcome to Woomy game. Happy to have you.
Okay. Sorry. I'm back.
All right. Ooh, that was a noise. Thank you, Windows Defender, for telling me that there is no virus threat. That was a very useful thing to draw my attention to. All right. So it looks like you were probably checking the map during that moment there, just kind of like squidding on the ground and not in the ink, and you were probably thinking you were swimming forward.
No. I wasn't even. I didn't even have the map open there. That was just me not being Mr. Awareness Man. I guess.
Mr. Awareness Man, got it. No, it makes sense. If you do notice, like, wait, I'm not, the screen isn't moving by as fast as I'm used to, it's helpful to have an instinct to just, like, shoot one dot at the ground and then keep going. It'll connect you to the ink that's being put down in front of you.
Yep.
All right. So this is a really solid position for an E-liter. For a T-Tech, I don't feel like you get an awful lot from being here. The only thing you're going to be able to do is watch the left flank. But right now, your teammates are getting up on the tower. When your team is going to play the objective, that's going to draw a lot of attention to them. So team is probably going to look for that.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier with me playing a lot more passively than I should a lot of the time. Because for like the next, I don't know, like way too long here, I'm gonna be like over on the left side there, like not on the like the left side of mid, and like trying to survive against a 96 instead of like helping my teammates and throwing bombs. And it's not, I don't know, like I've always struggled with Flounder Heights a lot, and that's why I tried to like put up a submit. That's why I submitted this match, because I don't really I don't really know what to do on Flounder Heights, because it feels like coming up over the grate or up the wall and onto their side of mid is very makes you very vulnerable, and so that's why I think a lot of the time I try to stay back and throw bombs and hope that like one of them goes down, and even then I end up getting got a lot. So after I cross over into their side of mid, so it's kind of I noticed that in the neutral game and while defending, especially, just in general, I tend to not be so effective.
So let's talk a little bit about that. I'm going to go and pull up a map, and we can just draw on it and talk about what we would do here as a T-Tech to be most impactful. Because this is something that, you know, I think is generally going to be important for any game mode that we're going to be playing, for any map. If you're having, you know, an issue with that here, you're probably going to have it in other places as well.
For sure.
Let me just get the screen fixed up on my end. And then, okay, this should be pretty good. I just need to tweak it a little bit. There we go. Boink. Oh, whoops. It is not Soup Comp Sunday. The soup stuff is done. All right. So, you are a T-Tech, and a T-Tech has something like this kind of range. So, we want to get that kind of range on the opposing team somehow. What I typically end up doing is I'll start from here, because right here you have a pillow. Actually, not in this mode, but from right here, you do have access to jumping across to here. You also have access to here. So you have multiple options for where to go. And depending on where your team goes, you can then decide, okay, if we're staying back, we've got like a charger here, someone like here, then that's what's, you know, that's going to draw their attention over to the right, and maybe I can get in on this side. If they're coming in from over here, then I can't, if I come down around here, they're already going to be looking down in that direction, so it might not be as safe, so maybe I'll rotate around. But my aggressive play that I'm going for is generally to hop across here, skitter around beneath here, and come up on this side. If I do this, that's usually an angle that they're not anticipating a flank coming from, because like they're usually going to be looking for this flank. They're usually going to be looking for something coming up this wall. But like this wall is on their side, you know, that's not something that you'd typically think to look for. So that's the like most aggressive play you're going to think to make. But the thing about being over here is that you're not in range to hit anything. Like you control about this space right here. So you got to think like in the course of playing the objective, in the course of like getting control of the map, you know, so they can do this, you barely control any of that by being on this spot, whereas the E-leader on your team controls this, and so this is a much better spot for them because they can see a lot more things. They can hit someone who's over here. They can still hit mid and stuff. So you want to be giving that to your E-leader instead.
Right.
So let me just rewind here for just a second, and we'll go back to this. Also, I just realized I'm not screen sharing this, which I apologize for.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether that was on purpose or so I've been using.
So there it is on Discord for you. Sorry about that.
Yeah. No worries.
So I'm going to watch from here and talk about what I would do here. Going up over this wall is generally something that I don't find a lot of value in as a short-ranged weapon, because what happens is you drop down onto the area that's past this wall, and then you're cornered. you have no way to retreat whatsoever.
It happens to me a lot.
And not only are you cornered, but if anybody's trying to approach you from the front, they're doing so on an open sightline, which means any weapon that outranges you is going to beat you in that fight because you have nowhere to hide. So I just never go there. Never while I'm rolling out. If I'm so the one reason I might go there is if they're on the you know where you are on the tower right now on the tower path. If the tower is there or is about to get there and you can get over this wall and over the top, then you can flank around from behind the tower, and then that's a situation where I might take this position because then you can get their back. But when they have to push forward towards this area, when you're just on the objective line like that, I don't see very much. I don't see very much value in being there. Yeah. Whoa.
I don't have much of an angle.
That's not.
Yeah.
We're getting a little bit of infinite stream right now, because apparently display capture is what's on right now. Excuse me.
Infinity was Windows 95 teal.
Excuse me. This is what we should be seeing. There we go. Much better. About to sneeze again. Okay.
Gesundheit.
So you can see from right here, if they want to control this and then this and then this, while they're in, this position where this is where the tower is, there's nothing that you're going to be able to do to attack that. About to sneeze again. Sorry about that. So what we want to be in is a position where if they start pushing the tower, we're going to be somewhere where we can be like, hey, wait, what are you doing that for? Come on now, buddy. And this is a position where you can do that. Down here is a position where you can do that. Over here is a position where you can do that. But back here, you'd need a lot more range to be able to do that.
I think the reason why I think the reason why I go there or on the block just to the left of there is if I'm down in trench, for example, or if I'm off to the right, then there's a pretty significant height difference between me and the tower if it happens to be. So,
which I would argue is a good thing. Here's why I would argue that. Most weapons in this game are straight line of sight. They can't hit down over ledges. And you, as a short-ranged weapon, need to be able to get really close to someone before you're going to be able to hit them with anything. So that's why, you'll notice, I've drawn these positions in very specific places. I'm not putting anything right here. I'm putting something right here, because from here, you have two things. You have an escape route, which is you can run back in this direction, and you have cover, which is this line right here. And you have further cover that you can retreat to if you drop off of ledges or something. And we're taking those positions to offset the problem of having to get close to them first. So I'm not saying you want to be here because there's no cover there and it's easy to cut off the escape routes. I'm saying you want to be here, and then once you've collected the information that it's going to be safe to get over here, that's when you move over to here. And then you get up this wall as fast as you possibly can, and you get in behind it, and now you're in range. Like, all of these are keeping in mind the principle that I need to be able to get away, and I need to be able to hide behind something if I'm going to be in this spot. Which is why this position, you don't have that. Here, you don't have that. No cover, no escape routes on either of these points. So those are the positions you want to gravitate toward as a frontline weapon. Places where you can keep something in between the opponent and you, and places where you're going to be able to run away if they aggress you. And if you're able to keep to those, then you can get to one of those places, wait until you recognize, okay, it's going to be safe to move on to the next one, let's go, and then make that move. Safe and advantageous. You want to make sure that you've got that combination of things. So that's how I'm thinking about how I want to move up. Is it safe to move up? Do we have the numbers? Do we want to move up? Because what's going to happen? Let's say that you just play the objective line. Let's say that all of the positions you try to take are on this line because those are the ones that are strategically valuable. The problem with that is that if you put yourself right here and a 96 puts itself right here, well, okay, the tower's not in the way, then you lose that every time because they just outrange you and bully you out of position. So because other weapons are more capable of holding a position that's actually on the objective line, a position that really matters, what you want to be doing is putting yourself in places where those guys aren't looking. You want to get around your bullies rather than having to take them head on. So if there's, a splatling standing right here, then being right here is fine. And if you're going to get around this corner, you want to kind of hug this wall as much as you can and maybe just shoot up over the top from below instead of trying to go up on the wall and letting them fire a charge up by the time you get there. You're always trying to put yourself in places that force them to look away from the tower, and also places that are hard for them to hit. So that's an important part of stealth that I think a lot of people don't recognize. It's that it's not just about like going when you don't think they're looking. It's being where they won't think to look. It's not just I need to have Ninja Squid on and have paint to work with. It's I want to be coming from a direction that they're not looking. And knowing what direction they're looking requires a sense of what game state we're in. Like, where's the tower pushing? Where are they anticipating having to defend? And therefore, what direction will they be looking when they push into this location as this weapon? That's the kind of thing that lets you, as a frontline weapon, be able to get into strong, aggressive positions. But like we said before, another thing you're going to want to be doing here is just painting. And by painting, we mean enabling the tri-sloshers, right? So we want to be giving them escape routes, but then we very quickly want to be giving them extra options for how to get forward. And if we're that far behind, that's also something that we can't do. We've got to get further up so that they're going to be able to do something with the paint that we put out there.
Yeah.
So they push up and get 2, which this is basically a 3v4 that they're taking, right? Because you're just too far behind to have an impact on it. I probably go for that anyway. The 96 cannot hit you while you're painting that wall.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
So at least finish painting the wall. If they keep trying to pre-fire you, then okay, yeah, back off a little bit, but then just go up another wall. Don't just sit back here where they already know you are. Find someplace else to go, get around them, because like they're slowing you down from getting into a useful position. So we don't want to just let them do that. We don't win by just sitting here in this fight on this spot. They have the longer range, so like we can't contest them from the front. We have to go around. We've got to develop this idea of like, let's get around the thing, the overwhelming force that is stopping us, rather than trying to fight it head on. Another thing, if you continue to paint that wall, you have a bigger target to jump to, so even if you get slowed down on the way over, you're still going to make it onto the wall and be able to swim up and be safe there.
So right here, what's happening is I lose track of where the 96 went, and I figure like either, and what I'm thinking is like either they're trying to find me and I don't see it, or
It cut out for a second. What did you say?
sorry about that. I so what I'm thinking right now is that I've lost track of the 96, and I'm not, and which makes me like hesitate to push up or do anything really, because I don't know if they're behind me somehow. I don't know if they have like, if they're like waiting in that patch of ink for me to drop down or try. Oh dear.
So, from this position, the way that I would see it is the 96 is down there in their street, like on the back left. That was where they were shooting at me from. They might have moved somewhere, but they haven't moved very far from there. That position does not allow them to stop the tower in any way. Like, that position is irrelevant for the time being. So, they are getting in our way from jumping across to ramp, but they're not getting in the towers. They're not getting in the tower's way. They're not stopping your teammates from being able to play the objective right now. So, if they're in your way and you really can't move them and you can't just slip by them, which you probably could slip by them given a little bit more paint on this wall and just the willingness to go and make the jump and to trust that a 96 gal can't hit those two very inaccurate shots while you're in midair, flying across the gap. You know, if you just trust that you're going to be able to do that, you can just get across. If they're really trying to pre-fire that, which they haven't shown that they're really doing, but if they do try to pre-fire it, just go up the center trench wall and come up with the tower and get ahead. Because you're spending a good 6 or 7 seconds here. You've lost basically the entire numbers advantage at this point that your team has gained by just not doing anything. So if you find yourself just not doing anything, think, does that player really need to get pushed? And if they don't, just get around them. No point in just like getting held up down here, because this is really a transitional position. This is not a place that's going to help you very much unless they're already in mid and you're flanking them. So you really don't want to spend a ton of time here, especially since, like, if you've lost track of that 96, what might be happening is they're coming up this wall to your left and you're giving them extra time to catch up to you. If you ever catch yourself just like not doing things, just be like, okay, this is silly, go someplace else. Because like you're getting locked into this idea that it's this one-dimensional straight line fight between you and the 96, that either the 96 has to move back or you have to move back. And that's just not true. It is a three-dimensional game. You can get around them in so many different ways right now. You can throw a bomb at them to make them move and then make the jump. You can just like outpaint them and eventually throw a tri-strike in their direction and use that to move forward. Like, you have so many options, but doing nothing is none of those things. And doing nothing when you have advantage gives the other team neutral back faster without you accomplishing anything with it. If you do nothing while you have this advantage state, they just get to respawn, and now nothing has been gained from getting the picks that the team got in the first place.
I think, I mean, what you said will happen right here. I've waited too long, and now, like, I'm jumping into, like, a 3-on-1.
Yeah, so. I think another problem with that, like, getting locked into this 1v1, one-dimensional mindset is that you're not collecting information about anything else that's happening. Because there are other important things that are going on the map than just this 196 gal who's way down there in the enemy base. And taking that long is letting those other things develop without your influence on them. So, yeah, from here, like, if you had made that jump 5 seconds earlier, then you're in position where you can probably stop these two from coming up here. But at this point, like, you don't know where your teammates are. Nobody's been pushing the objective, so that's probably a sign that maybe something went wrong up there. I would have probably wanted to go up the center wall anyway, just so that I could see from a little bit further back what has been going on and why we're not pushing the objective. So.
I think Splatoon 3 was my first Splatoon game, and given the presence of maps like Hammerhead Bridge or whatever, that one-dimensional mindset is pretty easy to fall into.
Yeah, I think even there are ways to draw people's attention away, even if there's only one way forward, that you can at least make them look a different direction so that maybe a teammate can push forward or something like that. Like, because if you get locked into that straight line against most weapons in this game, you as a T-Tech lose. You don't have a way to play around that if you only think you can go in that one direction. If you throw bombs at them to move them, if you use your superior paint and mobility, if you use cover, you can get a lot more places. But if you get into this idea that, no, this is just a 1v1 across open ground, and therefore it's not safe, then yeah, you know, the E-Leader is the only viable weapon, if that's the way that you're thinking. So we've got to play to the strengths of our weapon instead of trying to play it like it's a Splatoon 2 Kensa 52 gal, a weapon that has a splash wall and a booyah bomb, so it's basically invincible and can just push into 1v2s and not go down for doing it because it can impose its will. You know, if you're playing that kind of weapon, the 52 in this game to a lesser extent, then you actually can just take those kinds of positions on, you know, a one-dimensional line and bully people out of position. But most weapons can't do that. Most weapons need a more specific advantage state to be able to enforce their will on an opponent. And so if that's the way that you want to play the game, then I'd recommend something like a 52. Maybe like Tetradulies or like the Wiper.
I do play
Stamper.
Squelchers.
Squelchers are a little bit different than that. Dually Squelchers are... They're actually going to flank even harder in a way. It's a skirmisher. It's a weapon that gets the enemy team's attention and tries to draw it away from that center line. So you're going to be spending more time off the objective line than you will on it with those weapons a lot of the time. But something like a sloshing machine, something like a Splatana stamper, something like a 52 gal, those are weapons that are more suited to just like being on a straight line and making you move because they have longer range, they have good pressure, they can clog a choke point up. With the T-Tech, you got to be sneakier. You got to find ways in from the side, and so that's the way that you're gonna want to be trying to play. Also, do not stand on your E-Leader's feet. If you see an E-Leader on a certain position or a Hydra or anything else, never go there because there are a number of reasons not to go there. Really,
either I'm way too far back. That means I'm way too far back.
It's not even that too. It's like they're drawing attention to themselves with their laser, so you're going to get people to shoot at you and like hit you by mistake, even though they're aiming at your teammate, or you're drawing the enemy team's attention to them when they're trying to ready a shot. Like you're not covering different angles from them, so it's like you're standing there, which means you're covering the same angles, but they have longer range, so they're just doing more than you instead of you taking a different angle to force them in two different directions. Lots and lots of tactical issues with that, so just as a general rule, don't stand on your backliner's feet. If they're taking that position, you want to be someplace else, probably, you know, off to the right or left, and usually further forward, although in this case, it's a 2v4, you don't want to be forward at all.
Yep.
And there is a great example of the problem of not having an escape route. Your two options there were either swim further back while they're still able to shoot at you and probably get a second shot that kills you before you get away, or to drop down to the left, which puts you on the enemy side and makes it take 6 or 7 seconds more to get back up into mid where you're relevant again. So, yeah, that block is not really a frontline position so much. You want to stick more towards the right side where you have access to trench, and you're able to drop down into there if you want to, or you're able to just push straight up into mid, and if somebody pushes you across mid and you have to back up, you still have your ramp on the right side that you can use to back up without losing as much elevation. I like this. We get up a little bit late there. There's a window of opportunity to go and get a pick on that player, but it's fairly tight, and we need to like be up there and have our shots already aimed at them before we're pressing ZR. Otherwise, you know, as soon as you miss here, just drop off the wall immediately because this weapon splats faster than you.
Yep, I do that.
Yeah. Like, it's literally like, you get them in 3 of your next 4 shots, or you're going to die if you stay in that. So you've got to just swim off the ledge at that point and hope that they miss the burst bomb they need. One thing that I really like to do here is to get up on this rail on the right and paint the wall of ramp. These like windows over here.
Yeah.
Right underneath the 85 because I'm not showing anything on my screen that's indicating this. But from there, that gives you the ability to not have to push one-dimensionally, to not have to push along the tower path. If the tower gets by and you're still on that rail, you haven't been forced out yet, you can just jump across and get behind the tower. And it also gives your teammates a way in from spawn to get up that ramp if the ramp itself is taken. Because like going this way is a lot more visible than trying to just jump across from the rail, and it takes a lot longer too to get back here. So for both of those reasons, you'd probably prefer that angle instead. Did you not mean to fall off? Okay, yeah.
I did not mean to fall.
Gotcha. So let's back up for just a second. So, that's totally understandable. Like, there was a little bit of a gap in the paint, so it was going to be hard for you to reach there. Once you fire on this 96, you do need to realize that they have seen you at that point. Like, right here, firing those shots, like, they're going to see that. That's right in their line of sight. So they may not have been looking at you right now, but having Squid rolled up over the wall instead of trying to, get over as fast as possible, and also having fired these shots this close to it, especially up over the top of the wall, they know you're here, 100%. And they're going to be backing up and taking a position that helps them with that. So here they go, and they're shooting you at the wall. So the trick with stealth is that you have all the time in the world to set your fight up until you let them know you're there. So while you have stealth, that's the time to be getting your aim on. That's the time to be getting in range. Once you drop stealth, you need to be in range to be hitting them, and you need to have your aim on so that those shots are counting. If you do anything to blow your cover before they know, before you're in range to do anything, that's when you lose fights. So, like with the roller before, if you're gonna go for it, then the shots need to be hitting as soon as you're up over the ledge, because after that point in time, they know you're there. With the 96, you're not firing shots at them until you get in range of them, because otherwise they do this to you, and now you're forced to back up, and you're way out of play. Now, they did just potentially give you an opening to just ignore them and go to the tower. At a point like this, where the main threat to me has just dropped down over a ledge and isn't going to be a problem for at least the next 2 or 3 seconds, I'm going to make a quick glance up at the heads-up display right now. And what I see there is that the enemy team is pushing the tower, and so it's pretty far away from me right now. And the fight with the 96 right now is not super relevant to the objective, so what I want to be doing is just moving towards the objective. With the 96 falling where they are, there's a possibility, depending on what they do next, that you're able to just walk across grates and go after maybe the tri-stringer or get behind the tower or something and stop them. It might be that the 96 looks up and sees you on the grates, and then you have to be more careful, and they're still in your way, but like, we're not looking for ways to fight the 96 at this point. The 96 is not important. The 96 is in a position where literally you're the only person they can stop. So if you get around them, then you can do way more damage to the enemy's scoring push right now than the 96 can do to support it. So that's what I'm looking for right now. I know that player doesn't really matter. I'm looking at this shiny thing up in front of me, the tri-stringer charging a shot and being like, ooh, shiny thing. I like to shoot those in the back. And then, progressing from there, because now I've cut the enemy team off from being able to provide reinforcements to the tower. Think of that backliner is kind of like their supply chain. If one of them goes down, well, they're just going to jump them into that tri-stringer. But if the tri-stringer's gone, now the people on the tower are on their own. So we can just kind of go in on that. But we're, again, playing this one-dimensional game where we're so worried about the 96 that the objective is just kind of getting ignored. And look, it's the 96 who's actually nowhere near where we were looking. That's another one of these problems with standing still for so long. Like, we're giving the enemy team time to maneuver around us while we're staying where they know we are. If you keep moving, then you maintain stealth better because they know where you were, they don't know where you are. That's something that I give as advice to a whole bunch of ambush weapons, like tri-sloshers, rollers, whatever. If you get seen in a spot, you need to immediately get into ink and move someplace else, unless you can take that fight. Something playing aggressively as like a T-Tech can take a lot of the same advice. Like, you were seen there, you are still there 5 seconds later, so that's giving the 96 time to do a flank that you didn't see coming. Whereas if you'd just gone somewhere, now the 96 is like, wait, where did they go?
It happens to me a lot, actually. It's a bad habit from when I was newer, because I drop into ink and hope that, you know, and then I get got.
Here's another thing. This bomb, these shots, very low likelihood of actually hitting anything. The bomb, you know, it would have to get the 96 by itself. The 96 would have to just like not recognize it's there. And it could be moving up this wall towards you, you know, for all you know at this point. So bomb's not accomplishing much there. The shots are mostly landing on your color ink. And even if they hit something, you're aiming so kind of haphazardly that there's no way that you're going to be like, oh, wait, that hit something, and then immediately snap back to where that player was and be able to get the splat, right? They're going to be behind cover before then. So just don't shoot anything. And now the 96 has less information about where you are. They know you're here in part because you're firing all of those shots. And now you're firing shots over here at, I think, the stringer?
Yeah, that's the stringer.
Okay, yeah, you do see the stringer there. Yeah, they're in range. So I totally get, you know, taking those shots, although, again, same thing before where, like, you want to make sure you're going to hit the shots before you try to take them. So, like, walk forward and just keep walking forward until you know you have your aim on. Don't press the fire button right away. Just, like, walk until you've got your, like, okay, crosshairs are here. I have a read on where they're moving, so I know where to aim, where to move the crosshairs. Now I'm going to start firing. Because as soon as you start firing, you're giving up your stealth. So during all of that time, like, there's more that you can be doing by firing less and moving more. So we go impression to vac. We probably want to fire maybe a few shots at it and then back up, because if we're that close to an ink vac, it's pretty unreactable to get away from the shot. So we probably don't want to be there once it's fully charged. We just it helps to fire a few shots at it, so it's like, oh crap, I need to look this way, and then maybe our teammates have its back. But for our own safety, we don't want to stay there for too long, and there happens to be someone sharking there anyway. From here, I don't like being here because I'm on the tower path. Here, I'm where all of the opponents are going to be looking. And I want to get away from there as quickly as possible because I'm a short-ranged weapon, and that situation scares me. I lose in that situation to every weapon on their team. Including this one, as it turns out. Did they not realize? What?
That's a mistake in the replay. I don't think this. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what to. Replays do that sometimes, and I don't know why.
That's funny. The thing about replays is that they're actually a reconstruction of what happened rather than a recording. So they're putting all of the same inputs in, but if there's any like latency or something like that, it can cause some weird stuff to happen.
It's like the demo part of the intro of the video game. The menu screen.
We're spending a really long time on the bottom here. And what that's doing is it's going to take 5 or 6 seconds from being down here to be relevant to the game again. It's almost half a respawn timer to get up the Flounder Heights walls. And look at where the objective is right now. It's all the way over on the left ramp right now. So let's say the opposing team with their 4 members sees that there's only like 2 people on tower, decides to push it, and gets control of the tower again. Now, on top of those 5 or 6 seconds, it's going to take you another 5 seconds or so to retreat far enough that you can get back into a position that's relevant. That's like another respawn timer that it's going to take you. You're basically dead if, you know, something happens that you need to respond to on the left-hand side. Like, it's as if you are splatted by being this far away from everything. So, we're painting up for special, which is not a bad idea. But you generally want to paint for special, especially as a frontline weapon that can be aggressive. You want to paint for that special in an area of the map that matters, in an area of the map where there is going to be a fight. And you don't want to be like right on that spot in the center of it all on an open sight line, but you do want to be close enough to it that you can shoot at it. So from here, we've been down here on this, you know, lower area of the map for so long, we don't know what's going on above us. And this would be a really good time, you know, to have been checking the map while we're doing this so that we can see where all the paint is. Because seeing how much is painted of trench and how much is painted of top mid right now, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
I want to get the heck out of here immediately. I'm dropping and I'm swimming back the way I came. Which is unfortunate because that's taking us extra time. I do like that way you found of getting away. Like, that, it being safe to go through trench, that's a good plan. The problem is I don't know that that's safe, because I don't know where anybody is. So that was definitely a risk.
If Carbon had been there, it would have
Exactly.
been...
Carbon or even Wiper. Both of those would be big problems. Or 96 from certain angles.
I saw Wiper on the top of...
yeah.
But they could have easily dropped down, for instance. So. And they did. So there you go.
Yeah, so they're going after you here. We drop down, and it's really unfortunate that we end up dropping down on top of a teammate, because this teammate is also dropping down in response to a fight that's happening in mid. So we've just drawn the Wiper's attention to this on top of this player drawing whoever's chasing them to this spot. So we were able to get one, but now, yeah, the Wiper shows up. I mean, good job getting that player. That's, you know, getting something out of a bad situation. It's just unfortunate that we're not able to trade the Wiper back, and now they're behind us with a... Oh, God. I'm looking at the top of the screen right now, because if players start going down, which I'm anticipating might happen based on what the Wiper just did, that changes my game plan. That changes how I'm planning on rolling out here, how aggressively I'm going to position. Okay, so they ended up trading, but another one of you guys went down because it looks like the Wiper's teammates helped them out. Good job painting that escape route. That's really important for your teammates here, but we kind of want to be using it rather than running forward toward them. If your teammates are running away from something, it is generally a very bad idea for you to run towards the direction they're running away from, because they're drawing something to them. And also, a lot of the time, you know, your teammate's default idea is going to be to push forward, even as a more backline-ish weapon. Given the opportunity to push forward, they want to do that. But if they're pushing backward, that usually means that, like, there is a reason that they're being pushed backwards. There's something unsafe about pushing forward. So you pushing forward after they're running backwards, just about never going to work out. So, yeah, we want to back out of this as quickly as we can, and we want to get off the objective line again. This is the time where I would actually... I'll switch back over really quickly to the plans. In this position, what I'm doing is I'm getting back here and going up this wall and sharking on the back of the wall for a second. Once the tower gets to here, then I can drop down and flank behind it, and you can usually gain access to the backliner that way, and that way, when your teammates push up from here, this forward direction isn't the only direction that the enemy team has to look at, right? One of the dangers of this map is that if you don't get any kind of flank angle off, once the tower's about here, all the opponent has to look at is this direction right here. So you could drop someone out to here, but it's going to take them ages to get to the tower from there, because they're going to have to scale a wall to get there. They're going to have to walk across this ground anyway, which is close enough in their vision. They're probably still going to see that. Or you have to come from all the way back here, which is just, that's super long, and the tower's pushing away from you the entire time. So those flank routes both suck. So the only really good flank route that you have access to from here is to come from this direction. And that is something that they can't easily look at, especially once they go past this wall and that's blocking them. So now you can do this, and that is a really good play to help when your teammates start coming in. You don't want to go for that too early, because then you just ending up here in like a very isolated 1v4. But you go over to here on this wall, you shark on this wall for long enough that your teammates are starting to push up. As soon as they're starting to push up, you come in from behind, and now this is a good situation.
Mm-hmm. If only spawn was a little bit further.
Definitely not a perfect map. Okay. So we want to be, generally pushing forward. Whenever you see a torpedo, always try to take that out as a shooter player, because you are one of the best equipped weapons in the game to deal with that, because your fire rate is really, really quick. If you have a quick fire rate, then it's really easy to take those out. If you're an E-liter and you've got full charge and you have to waste that charge on a torpedo, that feels awful. And your Tri-Sloshers don't like that much either. Like, they have a lot faster of a fire rate than the E-liter does, but it's still pretty slow. So you're the best torpedo getter on your team, and that's something you should always try to go for.
I did try, I just missed.
Gotcha. Good job taking that player out. Your teammate did a good job of skirmishing for you. Good trade, too. Unfortunate that nobody else was able to really get too much done on your team, but you at least had, a net positive in terms of numbers that were removed from play. Yeah, that's fine. Your team was starting to rush the area, so you had control, and you kept the attention of the Vax so that they were able to get everybody else. That worked out. So now we need to get forward. Okay, I guess at this point somebody needs to ride tower. I'd really like your E-liter to be taking this from you, because it's just you and your Tri-Slosher now who are going to be able to push up. Your Tri-Slosher really wants to be holding the right-hand side so that flank that we talked about can't come in.
Right.
That's a position that Tri-Sloshers really love. And really, honestly, probably better for them to have the Inkjet Tri-Slosher for that reason, so that they can hop up over that with the Inkjet once they're done guarding that spot. Because with this Tri-Slosher, if they're guarding that spot as it goes through first checkpoint, now they have to double all the way back and come around the wall to get back in position to be helpful again. It's going to take them a good 5 seconds before they're going to be able to help with the tower push again. Whereas if they just Inkjet from that spot, they're up over the wall in like a second, and now they're shooting down at it with really long range, and so they can continue to have an impact even as you get to second checkpoint by using that special. So that's kind of the flow for a Tri-Slosher there. Anyway, you really want your E-liter to get up on here so that you can start controlling the enemy ramp, because if they just get to walk up on ramp, this push is going to end in like 3 seconds. Hey, there it is, 3 seconds. You had to get off the tower. But we get a couple of picks, so it works out. This is really early to be launching this. Like, look at which players are down right now.
There's just one guy, and they might spawned in. Oh,
and they end up getting picked by the E-liter anyway. You do get some paint up in front, so silver linings, like you are able to push up a little bit further because that went out there, and so now you're able to engage the enemy team earlier. Right now, your goal is to waste their time. Your goal is not to get picks. Your goal is not to push anyone. You will get the lead if you just waste the enemy team's time from here. Because you've got a numbers advantage. There's a player down. The only way this can go wrong is if you die. So once you take this damage here, just get back up behind the wall. Throw a bomb out there if you really need to at some point. But, just get out of range so you don't die to this. There, perfect response. We want to be getting a little bit further forward right now because our teammate went down and we're so close to lead that we want to. If we literally just die and body block shots, we get lead off that. So we want to be getting up there in front of this instead of preserving our life this much. At this point, they're able to kind of get access to the tower, and we're basically just playing paint support. We're behind the E-liter at the moment. So.
Oh man. Yep.
Yeah. All of that time should have been spent in front of or beside the tower rather than behind it. All right. But a good effort, and that'll get us the lead. and hopefully we're able to hold that. I'm worried about this jump because...
Yeah. No. Go ahead.
I'm worried about this jump because we just got repelled from taking the tower. The enemy team got control of it back, which means that we're on the back foot. We're at a little bit of a disadvantage right now. If we jump in, we want to make sure that the enemy team... It's not just that the enemy team needs to not have control of the area we're jumping to. They need to not have control of that area for the next 3 or 4 seconds before we land there. And if our teammates retreat from that position that we're jumping to and the enemy team advances to take over that space, we might just be landing on top of a jump cannon. So, fortunately, we were able to... Oh, nobody got on. Okay, well...
I'll go. But I think if you restart the replay and go to the end there, watch from the Carbon's perspective, because it's a little depressing.
All right, I'll bite. Do that really quick. I do want to make sure that we're getting over to VillagerSkin pretty soon, though. Okay. So Carbon is here. They get 1. They stop tower.
This is a realize.
Oh no. Yeah, they took a little bit too long to realize that no one was on the tower there. Definitely pretty avoidable, but unfortunate nonetheless. All right. So
Thanks a bunch.
Yeah, major takeaways there, I would say. Don't get into that one-dimensional mindset. Once you encounter an obstacle as a short-ranged weapon, one that you can't just, like, beat with a faster kill time right away, get around it. Use cover. Like, use the map to your advantage. You lose that fight over an open sight line, you don't lose it if you can use the cover around you and your ability to paint and maneuver. Make sure that you're not stepping on your backliners' toes, which means taking positions that are better for frontliners, that you're not trying to take those open sight line engagements. It's okay to go down on this weapon. It is okay to get splatted. Like, start to, get that in your mind that, like, if you accomplished something before you went down, sometimes it's just worth it for you to go down for that. Like I said, in that one moment, like if you meat shield for the tower and literally just feed there, it would have been better than standing where you did and doing nothing about it. So like start to make more of a risk reward assessment than an attempt to stay absolutely safe all the time. And if it helps, maybe think of playing off the objective line, so be looking for those flank opportunities. And hopefully the specific discussion of how to position on Flounder was helpful.
Yeah, for sure.
So thank you very much for coming on the show. Always appreciate people being willing to be criticized in front of so many people. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's I always appreciate the way that you go about constructive criticism. So yeah, thank you very much. It was really.
Thank you. All right, VillagerSkin, you there? I'm not here in VillagerSkin. Does VillagerSkin need to be dragged up again? No, they're just on mute. All right.
Sorry about that. I was grabbing some water.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'm about to sneeze. Okay. So let's get up there and find VillagerSkin's recording. They've got it on a YouTube video, so we'll go and pull that up. Here's that, and we'll get that back down to a normal size. And VillagerSkin, are you able to see the stream on Discord now?
One sec. Squid School. There we go.
All right, you seeing it?
Okay. Technical. Okay, there we go. There we go.
Awesome. All right. So we are on the E-Leader. Oh my god, what is this comp? At least it's tower control. But my goodness, what is going on? So your Frontline has basically no painting weapons. The undercover is okay at painting, and it's going to have to do a lot of work to paint for the other two. But you've got Double Blaster. The problem with Double Blaster is that blasters, especially the short-ranged ones, not so much like a Rapid Blaster, that's completely different, but especially the short-range blasters are ambush weapons, which means they want to have a lot of paint so that they have a lot of different places they can sneak up on the enemy team from. And the paradox of blasterdom is that they cannot paint for themselves. They require somebody else to paint for them. So Double Blaster's not great. Double Blaster's something I basically never recommend people running on a comp. But we've got that, so here we are. There may be some times where if there's like a flank route or something that we want to make sure is safe, it might fall to you to like cover that while you're on tower or something, because ain't nobody else going to help you with that. Undercover is going to need to be up there somewhat near the front lines skirmishing so the blasters can get picks, which means they're not always going to be able to paint everything that you want painted, and they're going to do it kind of slowly sometimes, so it might just be up to you to use some tap shots to deal with that. Now, the other team is in exactly the same kind of position, so it's going to be weird and wacky today. They've got Double Blaster, and they've also got a Roller, which has the same problem as all of the others. So it's kind of a toss-up. Like, do we like their comp better because the Kraken Roller is a better weapon than an Undercover Umbrella and will probably accomplish more? Or do we like your team better because at least the Undercover can paint better than the Kraken Roller can? I don't know. They both stink. I guess at least your Neil Luna has fizzy bombs. You were saying?
They're both balanced, but they are both terrible still.
Yes, exactly. Fair and terrible is a good way to describe the compositions that were given in this game. They do have a range blaster, it looks like, so that is going to be a significant threat to you. Range blasters, squeezers, like any of those like fairly long-ranged midline weapons, they really like to try and poke at you from a distance if they sneak into range. Like, you've got to think about them kind of like sharking weapons, kind of like ambush weapons, because what they're going to do is they're going to use a patch of ink that's fairly far away from you and sneak into that without you noticing, so that they can get shots before you realize that anybody's there. So that's something to watch out for. If they get underneath a ledge that you want to use, that ledge is now off limits and you're probably dead. So that's something to watch out for. You've also got the E-Leader duel to worry about. Basically, you just need to know where people are. You need information here, and you're not going to get a ton of that from your team because of the paint issue. It's a matter of whether you can keep track of all of those threats and keep them from getting close enough to you. So we'll see how we do on this. Roller isn't painting better than the Brella. Yeah, I didn't say that they were painting better than the Brella. I said it's a better weapon than the Brella, not that it's painting better. Like, Kent's Undercover Brella was actually a fairly decent armor support in Splatoon 2. Granted, part of that was that Torpedo painted a lot on top of the main weapon, but its paint is... It's definitely not, like, best in class, but it's serviceable in the support role. So, we opt to take the right-hand side here. This is a little bit of a non-standard spot, but it makes sense, I think, for the situation. The difficulty of this spot is that if the enemy team is able to get control in mid and start pushing the tower, now you're completely out of position to actually like hit the tower, and you'll have to move pretty soon. So that's one risk of being here, but it does give you an angle that they might not be expecting, and it's going to be hard for the other E leader to get a pick on.
Okay, I want to explain this one little thing. Actually, let's let it play out for another, like, 10 seconds.
Okay. I'm not a fan of dropping there. You're still going to be able to see everything that's going on the right-hand side from where you were, but dropping now makes it so that your escape route, you don't really have one for the next 3 or 4 seconds. You have to be able to paint up this wall and get up into mid before you're going to be able to back up into your court. Otherwise, you're just stuck in a corner here. So, like, I understand, like, going for the shot on the player, but you probably could have gotten an angle on them from where you were without having to drop here. Because now we just have to completely leave.
Okay, now that that was finished, I want to explain my thought process on going into mid that way. So, by going in on that specific angle on the right, you see me check my map right at the start of the game. I'm also checking for paint on going towards that right side of the map from the enemy team. And so I saw that there, so I stayed there for just a minute. If I hadn't saw that, or they all just decided to go left, I would have jumped back onto the grates where you would have normally seen a charger.
So you're trying to move toward where the enemy team is here?
Yeah.
Like, I get, that you need to be in range to be able to hit something that matters. But I think that, like, putting yourself at low ground there, like, you could already hit basically everything you needed to from spools there. Like, until the tower goes down over that ledge after first checkpoint, you can hit pretty much anything that can contest the tower at really close range. If you drop down on the left side, at least, like, here, let me get Sender Detting / plans up here, and we'll look at this map. Okay. And you're seeing the map here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So here isn't necessarily a bad place to be, because you can always go back here, or, run away to here, or wherever else it is you need to run away to. You can run back here to have cover. It's a relatively safe place to be in that you have a lot of different places you can run away. And so if you can get there, I think that's fine. Like, if you were to drop off from this side and try and take that shot or something, I don't think you would have had an angle because the tower's in the way, but if you were to drop down there, or if you were able to drop down here and then get up and get back from here, then I can see that being all right. But what ends up happening is, as soon as you drop, now you cannot run this way because there's a wall. You cannot run this way because there's a wall. You can't really run this way because it doesn't get you behind any more cover. Anybody who's going to be able to shoot at you can still shoot at you if you're over here. So you have to, like, actually move towards the enemy team a little bit before you're going to be able to back up. And that's always a dangerous place to be, especially when a player has gone down right here. And it's very likely that a player goes down right here because this is the tower. This is what the opposing team is trying to focus and stop. And it's at a checkpoint. So I'd say this is a little bit early to be going down, because from here you can still hit about, like, this far out. So you can at least control this much while you're still here. And that could be enough to help you protect the tower. Whereas from here, you're not going to have a sight line on anything until you get all the way around here. So you're banking everything on hitting that one shot, basically. So if you know you can hit that shot, and you know that there's nobody else coming through mid at you while you're taking that shot, then, yeah, you can jump off, hit that shot, come back up here, and, have access to this whole area and be able to do a lot of different things. But it is really super dependent on hitting that shot, and so I typically don't like putting myself in positions that require something that mechanically intensive of me. That, like, the only way this works is if I hit this one jump shot. Otherwise, I need to get all the way out. Because, like, let's look at, what happens here, which is you get down here, realize it's not safe, and then you have to jump all the way back out. And that's basically, like, a fresh respawn that you spend. Whereas if you keep taking shots from here and then eventually just drop out this way and keep going, now you still have the ability to back up, and you don't lose all of that time that you lost because you had to jump out of it.
Okay.
So. All right. Good spot to be in. We're recognizing that the team is down a few players. We get a little bit of paint over there so that we know if they're coming. That shot will probably alert them if they're getting on the tower that there's the leader watching from this position. They should probably already be anticipating you being there if they're really, experienced in competitive play. So it's not a big deal that they know, but we are still down a player, and so we don't want to be taking too much of a fight yet. We at most we're taking one shot and then maybe backing up a bit, because it's going to be difficult to stop their full team from here. I think we spend a little bit too long exposing ourselves out of cover here to try and get this jump going. Because, once we see the blaster is in this position, we probably already want to be going let's get back behind cover and get ready to fight. Because if we let them get too much closer, they're going to already have shots. Actually turns out to be the leader that gets us there. But notice, how far out from that cover you were trying to get there. I think with, your team being down and the enemy team having paint all the way this far up, it's probably too early to be trying to get up onto this block. We don't have enough of an advantage. To go for that jump would be like a frontline play, because you're the furthest player forward right now. You're the first player that the enemy team is going to encounter before they get up there. KO, who is an E-leader main and a friend of mine who I've played with competitively a little bit, have competed against a lot. His general rule is I don't move up until I have a frontliner in front of me on the E-leader. Here, there's nobody on your team that's between you and the objective. So at this point in time, this is as far forward as we probably want to be. Official Grisco therapist. Maybe they have a better HR department than I thought they did. Can you hit that shot? I don't know if that's in range.
Yeah, you can hit that.
Okay. Nice shot. From here, we need to be really careful about that blaster. Unfortunate. Yeah, I see the idea there. I'm still worried about this blaster. What happened to the range blaster here? Did they go down? Oh, they go down right there. Okay, so you're not worried about them anymore. So yeah, at this point, just hard aim the Kraken and make sure that you have your aim on it when it transforms. Looking at the eyes is a pretty good way to keep track of it, because you're aiming back here, and then it starts to shrink down, and you're like, oh wait, I was aiming it at before, but now it's shrunk down, and I'm not aiming it at it anymore, and that messes you up a bit. So just look for the eyes and use those as kind of a judge of where the middle of the squid is going to be. Once you see the roller just kind of running around in a predictable pattern like that, you can swap from trying to just hard aim them to predicting where they're about to be and aiming at that spot. Even if they end up faking you out and mixing it up and going at a different pattern all of a sudden to make you miss that shot, you'll at least be covering a predictable spot of the tower. Your teammate will see what side you're aiming on because you're taking a little longer to put the laser there, and they'll shoot the other side, and then you'll have cleared it out successfully. But trying to follow them and them just constantly moving, that's going to make it a little bit more difficult, I think, than just trying to be predictive with it or pre-firing an angle. Basically, it's like a charger version of pre-firing. Do you know what pre-firing means?
Shooting around a corner before they're there. Basically.
Exactly. So you can't exactly do that because you don't have the fire rate to do it the way that a shooter does, but you can at least put your laser there and hold it there and wait for them to come around into the laser. And that way they either respect your laser and don't walk into it, in which case your teammate knows where they are because they can see what your laser is covering, or you just get to shoot them for free. And if they're running in circles around the tower pole like they were, for part of that time that they're walking around the tower pole, they're going to be parallel to where your aim was, right? They're just going to be moving toward you. They're not going to be throwing your aim off at all because they're not moving side to side. So during that time, you have a pretty good window to just release the shot and be able to take them out. But now we're dead to the Luna Blaster. Yeah, especially with a bomb being thrown right there, and, you know, if you recognize quickly that was a splat bomb, therefore that's the Luna Blaster, and they're that close to us, this is a point where we just need to jump out. That's not a shot that's really safe to take with someone being up that close to us. So I think we just kind of get too caught up in trying to fight the leader here, and don't pay enough attention to the danger that's in front of us. Not enough of an alarm bell going off when we see someone moving through this, when we see the bomb landing behind us. Both of those should have clued us in, oh, this is not going to be safe for us. We need to jump out. Oh, man, they get 3. So, yeah, we just want to line up in a position where we can hit the tower from. Ooh, nice. Okay, so now you've got this Luna going after you. And the threat to the tower is completely gone at this point. We've gotten rid of everybody who can take the tower. The only player left is the Zipcaster. So there's nothing to distract you from just, like, leaving. Just get away from that Zipcaster. You don't need to worry about anything else. You could probably just move forward at this point. Because, like, they're thinking that you're going to stay back here and run backwards away from them. You could probably just go to the front left, and, like, until you see them zipping over there, you're fine. So, no need to let them, like, change your positioning more than they have to. Alright, so we've got 3 down, which means we're going to be able to push it through mid at the very least and get it to around first checkpoint before we're getting aggressed by much. So you can probably get up into a position that at least lets you see over mid. Probably shift more towards the right-hand side at this point. As, like, taking a position on left like this, you're going to be irrelevant to the push very quickly, and you're going to be irrelevant to the push at a time when the enemy team is finally actually spawned in. They're not spawned in right now, so there's nothing to protect around the tower. And so we don't need to really worry about the left side. What we need to worry about is the right, which is where the tower is moving to, and where the enemy team is going to move to when they spawn in. So we have that player on the left, but, like, they're still out of play. And you get them even from all the way on the right, so it doesn't even matter that they're there. I would just be trying to move over to the right a little bit sooner. But good pick there. Oh, no. Now we want to be out of here. Push is completely dead at this point. You don't see your other teammate who's alive, so you're probably the furthest player forward. No way that you're going to save this push, and there's no point in trying to save it either. You need to get through 2 checkpoints in order to be able to get lead here. No sense in trying to make, like, a 1v2 push where you're not in a safe position and you don't have the paint to do it, when you could just wait. You've got 2 minutes 48 seconds left in the game, right? That's plenty of time. So I'd just get back and reset. Nice. I like that angle that you use to retreat from there. It gives you an escape route behind you. It gives you cover in front of you in case anything gets hairy. But it does give you that cheeky little jump shot that you can get. And you are actually able to help gain numbers advantage with it. Nice. Wavebreaker's really good there. I really wish your front line had gotten in front of the tower here. We really need someone, like, especially a blaster, shooting down into that court so that people aren't just coming up over the ledge for free. Because it's not an angle that you can really take very safely. Okay, yeah, you're right to be scared of that angle, but fortunately there's nobody there. And so from here you can just take shots freely because you've got a big bubbler. I like that your teammate is focusing on that for you. You're probably going to die here. Once you turn and see this, you probably just want to get off the tower. Because, again, you need to clear an entire checkpoint before this push is going to matter. As a general rule, don't push if, you know, they've got a lead that's past a checkpoint. unless you're going to clear that checkpoint. There's no point to going from 41 to 34, you know? That doesn't get you anything at all. The checkpoint is the only real progress you're going to be able to make here. If you get the checkpoint and you don't quite get lead, at least you got the checkpoint and you'll be able to get lead faster on the next try. But if you're not even going to get the checkpoint, then just get off, keep yourself alive, and see if you can create another opportunity where maybe you can stall the tower from here, and now that you're through the first checkpoint and the tower hasn't gone all the way back, you've got a better shot at making this checkpoint the next time. But if you stay here and just die, the push is over, and it takes longer to get another try. I'm going to pause for just a second, and I'm going to really quickly write down a video idea that was just inspired. Okay. Back we go. Nice shot. You're finding a lot of good creative angles to take shots from. Like, it's unpredictable for the enemy players where you're going to be firing from and, like, when they're safe if they're not paying special attention to look for you. So that's a really big positive right now. That's having a really good impact on the game. That's occasionally you're just finding a shot from out of nowhere that's turning the numbers advantage all of a sudden, and that's really, you know, the impact that a solid charger can have. At a top level, it's more about zone control and them not being able to enter a certain area because they're not going to peek and they're not going to give you quite as many opportunities to hit these shots, but being able to hit them is great, and that's definitely giving you the best chance that you're going to have here. Now, you do need your frontliners to push up ahead of you to be able to have an impact here. This is a play that I might make as a frontliner, even then I would think about it, because, like, my teammate is isolated over here. I would try to run up and help them as soon as they go down. Even as a frontliner, I'm dipping out of this. Getting up on tower as the backliner, that's a position where I don't see very many advantages for myself. We don't have information on where they are. They thrive on fights that are at shorter range, so we don't want to be pushing closer to them. We also are going to draw attention to ourselves as soon as we get on tower. I'm anticipating you're probably going to get splatted for doing this. Okay, you jump out. So, basically...
I just got really confused there.
Gotcha.
Because I didn't know where anyone was.
I would say a good rule of thumb, a good way to judge your positioning is, do I have a frontliner in front of me? And if the answer to that is no, that's just an immediate alarm bell, like, should I really be here? Do I have a really, really freaking good reason to stay where I'm at? And if I don't, I'm just bailing. Because, like, right here, the whole area over here is painted the wrong color. There's a wave breaker out. There's someone who just splatted our teammate, so they were looking in this direction. They're a blaster. There's someone who wants to be really close to us and can one-shot us. Lots of reasons to not want to be in that spot. Good way to get out of there once you decide to jump, but we didn't want to be there in the first place. Nah, that's unfortunate. 2 down. Good pick-off on the player on the tower. Wow, that's impressive. I think once you get hit with this first shot, especially with it being a Luna, like, they're at the very edge of their range right here. You can probably just drop into squid form and swim away and you're fine. And not have to take the trade. Because I'm worried about the positioning right now. If one of them gets on tower right now, there's nobody stopping the tower from moving forward. It's you, and then it's somebody who's way on the other side of the tower making the craziest flank I've ever seen. I guess maybe they're going to try and reef slider in at some point here, but they are going to have to wait a while before the rest of the team is in. If you get in front of the tower, they have to think twice about being able to push it. It's not the easiest thing for them to push it. If you go down here, they just get to push it until your teammates respawn. So I would probably prioritize keeping myself alive and staying in a position that impacts the tower path rather than risking going after this guy. Although that's a really good snap.
That shot was just panic. Oh god, there's someone right there. What do I do?
Yeah.
And so I just shot them.
All right, so we know that there's someone approaching the tower right now and that they're a big risk. Not much we can do about them. It is nice that we got that painted, but I think right now is not the time that you want to be here. Like, this is a position that's further forward that gives you a view of mid, but mid is not where the objective is at the moment. Your teammates should really be turning back around and coming to try and deal with the tower before they try and go into mid, because otherwise they just kind of let the tower push into you. And if the tower gets this close, any weapon on their team is going to be in range of you by the time this Kraken ends. Yeah, that's a position where you probably should go down. They missed a couple of shots to make that work. And I would probably have... First of all, I'd probably stay over here on this wall until the tower is actually cleared and we have the left side under control. But secondly, I would be this waying from over here because it looks like your teammates are just getting caught up in something in mid that's too far ahead of the objective. That, like, if they're able to get on tower and your team isn't shooting at them from behind right now, there's an issue of awareness going on, and this weighing them might actually help get them looking in the right direction. Someone finally does notice and come back around to help, but they just get shot right away. So we're still not out of the woods yet, and this is the kind of thing that you worry about being on this position. Like, this is good if your team has control of left, but that is the one spot on the map they don't have control of, and so the enemy team is able to just get into a position where they can take you out from there. From here, you could have seen that player coming, and you probably could have still hit that same shot on that player from back that far. E-leader's silly that way. So I would have just stayed there for the time being and pushed up once I knew that there was no way someone was able to get underneath me like this, and that, if anything, I was going to have to move forward to the right rather than having to back up, because that's an issue of this spot. You don't have an escape route. You're on a great bridge. So you need to know that you're safe here for a pretty long time if you're going to take that spot. You see a lot more like heavies and hydras taking that position because they have the run speed that they can work on those grates better. They can get away from someone by just running away from them. You as an E-leader are going to be a lot less capable of moving, especially an unscoped one where like you're not going to be able to use some of the mobility that your weapon has since you can't squid on the grates. And this is a tough spot because on one hand someone needs to be on tower in 10 seconds, and on the other hand it's not safe to get to tower yet at all. The front line is not secured that position. So we get one down and we start to move up, but then one of us goes down and yeah, we're being hit from in front. So at this point, I guess we get on and just try and stay alive. We give a jump to it. It's about the best we could have done. Unfortunately, you know, it's not going to be there. So I'm a little bit I'm seeing you have a pretty significant impact. There are definitely positions you're taking that are too far forward, and I think what might be happening there is that you're trying to compensate for your front line not accomplishing as much on the front as they need to be off of these picks that you're getting. You're trying to kind of go up and do things that maybe you wish they were doing. Or maybe it's just that you're not aware that those are positions that are unsafe, in which case, you know, just try and be aware of that in the general case. But it almost feels like you might be looking at like this situation and saying, okay, I should be able to move up now. And then you get up there and you're like, wait, they didn't clear this area out. Why didn't they clear that out? I was expecting them to clear that out. So either way, it's an issue of awareness. But I'm I'm only speculating on what exactly is causing it. That's something that you'll have to think about for yourself. But in the general case, you're taking a lot of good positions. You're firing a lot of good shots. The big issue is with keeping yourself safe. There are a lot of positions you're taking where your front line is not in the way of the enemy team. And if the front line isn't in the way of the enemy team, you're not safe from the enemy team. So you've got to make sure that there's always going to be someone enforcing that space in front of you before you try to take any kind of further forward position, especially one that doesn't give you an escape route, because there was the one spot on the right and also the spot on the grates that you're taking without concern for where your escape route is if you do get pushed from there. So if you're going to be in one of those kinds of positions, you definitely need to know that the area around you for a good wide radius is clear of enemy players before you try to move through there. And then it's moving through there, not necessarily staying there for an extended period of time, because it's a vulnerable spot.
I think what was happening the most was I was trying, because I felt like I was up ahead of literally everyone else on my team for most of the match, which I kind of was. And I feel like that was me trying to, like, do what I normally would have done, if, like, expecting my front lines to do what would have
what
been
they can normally
better
do.
for them to do.
Yeah. It's like, part of it is like, we can't fault the front line too much in that this front line has no paint to work with. So they're really scrambling to try and figure out where they can position. And it's not helping that the Brella is flanking. I was not a huge fan of them taking those positions because your team needs them to paint for them. The blasters cannot apply a lot of pressure if they don't have paint on the ground to work with. And with the Brella painting spots in the enemy base, I don't know what the blasters are supposed to do for you. So it was a bit of a mess that the game handed you. But I would definitely say still try to adhere to the same positioning rules, where you're not positioning so much just in the same places out of habit, but you're positioning based on, okay, I have this information, you know, this many players are down, these areas are under control, here's where I want to be. And you're kind of playing a little bit more adaptively, a little bit more reactively to the situation. Because some of the positions you're taking, I'm like, it feels like you're tunneling on what you think is happening when what's actually happening is this.
Yeah, because, like, the grates, that's almost always a safe spot, and then there I was expecting it to be safe and it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, there's always paint there, and
Yeah.
I can see very clearly if there's someone on the other team there. But, like, in that specific instance, wow, English, it was like a bit more like of a question.
Yeah, there's
Like, you know,
no paint. There's no friendly paint out there, and I think responding specifically to paint, that would be a good kind of alarm bell to try and train yourself to, because basically all of these positions where you're like diving in, you're getting too close to them, they're getting on top of you, I'm looking out on the map and I'm seeing there's a lot of enemy paint here still. This still doesn't feel safe. At the very least, if you're going to advance and there is a lot of enemy paint, you want to be putting some shots over there first to paint up. Just make sure that, you know, most of the main thoroughfares are cleared before you move up, just to make sure that there isn't anybody lingering over there, and that if somebody does try to approach you, you'll see it coming.
Okay. Do we still have like half an hour?
Typically
Or
with
is,
the VOD reviews here, we do one, and however long it takes, that's how long it takes. So I mean, feel free to ask me questions and stuff, but that's about all we're typically going to do. I will take a look
Okay.
at the end screen here. Unfortunate. Okay. I was looking to see how much paint was put down by the members of the team, because that was probably going to be comically low.
Yeah, I think I can go check right now. But like, the one question I keep asking myself the most while I'm playing is like, how do I improve? Which like is always a good question to ask. But like, it feels like, not that I'm like oh, I'm so good. How could I get any better? No, that's of course not. That's dumb. Uh, but more like, oh, the undercover got 1098. The normal blaster got 600, and the Luna got 560. Uh, but like, I'm constantly trying to find resources of like things I can do, like, and of course, there's no better way to improve other than just playing the game. But like, it's a lot of the times I'm finding things where like I don't know what to do about this. Like the match that we just watched, like that was just I have no idea what went wrong. But
Yeah, I mean, you did a pretty good job for what you had. Like there were things we could talk about with keeping yourself alive, where you keep yourself alive or you keep yourself in between you and the tower a little bit more, then you're gonna have a little bit more of an impact, and that little bit more of an impact might be enough. But also sometimes the game is just gonna give you tough comps, and so there is a point at which you want to say, all right, I did about the most I could, you know? Like, I had a game the other day where one of my teammates went 0 and 13. And I can look at that and go, yeah, you know, there were definitely some things I could have done better to help carry that. But also, they went 0 and 13, right? We can kind of say why that game probably didn't go as well as we were expecting it to, you know?
there's only so much you can do.
Right, it's like, I went even in a game where, looking back on it, I realized that pretty much every fight we got into ended up being a 3v4. You know, if I'm breaking even in those circumstances, that's not too bad. And that was a better KD ratio than anybody else on the team had. I'm not going to hold myself too accountable to that. I'm going to, you know, again, there are things I can learn from, but I'm also going to look at that with a healthy dose of, I'm not going to stress about it too much, because getting nervous and stressing about it, that can lead to me playing worse. That can lead to me tilting. That can lead to me getting upset or something. So I think it's healthy in some cases to not quite care as much about every individual game and to care more about your contribution to it, to care more about the progress, less about the results. Just think about like your own learning goals and focus on improving those. And the matches will be what they will be. But as long as you're learning, they're going to improve.
Mm-hmm. I have a couple other things. I joined a team recently, like past month or actually no, past like 3 months now. Wow. But like we've been trying to improve as much as we can on our own, like on our own as a team, because we don't have a lot of like resources and like people to kind of like ask for help, and we've been doing tournaments and stuff like low ink. We've not been doing very well in them, but we're trying as a team. But a lot of us are also just getting frustrated because we're trying to play the best we can, and like we don't really know what to do, because we're trying, like we're doing everything we can, but we're also trying to figure out where we actually are in the scene as well.
Gotcha. So first thing, do you play a lot of scrims?
When the member that sets up the scrims is here, yeah.
Got it. In any tournament, if you have a close match against any team, always really good to DM them afterwards and be like, hey, do you guys want to exchange Discord information and, you know, scrim sometime? And just get like a working list of those teams so that you have more and more practice the more you play. That's always been really helpful for me, and that way you're learning to network with those other teams so that, let's say, you know, if Splatoon teams are like middle school relationships. If they last a month, you're doing well. If you guys end up breaking up at some point, and then the, you know, now you know a whole bunch of other players more than just the ones that are on your team. You know, you've got all these people that you were practicing against, and if their teams are looking for another player, if they're, you know, their team also broke up and they're looking to form up, you know, that's a way that teams often form. A lot of the time, that's the way that you're going to find teammates. It's just someone you already knew. So that's a really valuable thing to have if you're not building that already. And those people might have access not only to, you know, other teams or players for you to know, they might know of coaches that they can recommend for you. And coaching is something that, you know, if you feel like you're making a really concerted effort to improve and you're just not sure what to do differently, then it would be a really great idea to get yourself a coach so that they can point out things that they with their greater experience are able to see, and give you guys the goals that you should be working toward so that you know, here's what we're working on for the next month. And then you have another session and you're like, okay, how have we improved on those goals? And are there any new goals that we want to add on now? And it's the coach's job to figure out what are the things that you working on will make you better the fastest. What are the top priorities for you to work on? And then once, you know, you're starting to work on those priorities and they start to see improvement, they're like, okay, so here's your next priority. Here's the next thing that I want you guys to start doing better. And here's the next thing that's going to open up a new bunch of possibilities. And they can kind of work through all of those things in the long term. So that's always something that's really helpful. So being more a part of the community and talking to more people will get you access to more of those kinds of people, and, you know, being better known and showing that you're making your best effort. That's something that's really attractive to a coach. A coach wants a team that's going to take what they tell the team and actually try to apply them, because they'll feel like they're wasting their time if they're giving advice to someone who's not taking that advice or not trying to apply it. So doing a bunch of tournaments is great, and having regular practices is great, and it sounds like you have this intent to improve. All of those things are attractive to a coach. If you just put yourself out there more and more, other people are going to see that work ethic, and that's going to only work in your favor for being someone that a coach is going to want to work with and want to help out.
Okay.
So those are my general pieces of advice. I'm happy to do coaching sessions individually, but I'm not currently looking for a team to be like a long-term coach for, because I'm kind of coaching a lot of the Splatoon scene right now. I'm a little busy. But I always, you know, offer those one-off sessions if you want to get another Tuesday, or if you want to get a Medify session. I'm happy to do those with the full team. You know, I'm happy to get the whole team on here and talk with everybody and do an overhead and stuff like that. So if that's something that you guys are looking for in terms of teamwork, coordination, always happy to do one of those if we can get that scheduled.
Yeah, on that topic, we've already been trying to figure out how to schedule one of those.
Awesome. Okay.
But,
I'll keep an eye out for that in case you haven't... Awesome. Yeah, I keep an eye on Medify. I'm doing a better job of it than I have been recently. There are a couple of ones that there's like a time limit, I think like 48 hours for me to notice it and accept it. And so it's kind of a daily thing that I need to be on the grind for to just make sure I'm not missing anybody. And I haven't been great about that recently, but I'm trying to make sure that I'm paying more attention to those now. So yeah. I'll keep an eye out for you guys.
And one more thing, at least, that I can think of right now. I mentioned before that I try and find a lot of resources, like, on how to improve, like, FLC's stream VODs on, like, yeah, you know the VODs.
The fundamentals, yeah, the ones that I recommend to literally everybody. Hey, by the way, everybody, if you have not seen these videos, go to IM_FLC on Twitch. That's letter I, letter M _FLC. Go to his videos tab, go to highlights, and then Control F, search fundamentals, and watch every single one of those videos. That's like 8 hours of content, but that is the competitive Splatoon Bible. Highly, highly recommend all of those. That is, he literally taught the West how to play the game with those videos. So go and watch those. A lot of the stuff that I put into my videos is based on what I learned from those. So Anyway, going back to what you were
Also, if you
saying.
don't know who he is, yeah. And also if you don't even know who he is, subscribe to his YouTube and Twitter, because he has both of those. But no, like I try and find as many resources as I can, but also a lot of the resources are mainly applicable to frontliners, specifically shooters, but it's kind of hard for other weapon classes to find anything. And especially if you want something for a specific weapon class. And like, yes, you can watch a bunch of streamers that like Barry, or who is a backline main, and like Devi. But like, I guess what I'm trying to say here is that like it's hard to find things outside of just people to watch and improving at the game at your own rate. If that makes sense. Which I don't know, like,
It's hard
I'm
to
not really
find
expecting you to do a whole lot
people,
about it, but like,
people to watch. What was that about improving the game at your own rate? I got lost there for a second.
it's kind of hard to find resources that, like, I guess more advanced kind of topics on specific weapons, because you look up stuff on how to get better at like a leader or like any backliner. I imagine midline roles are kind of hard to find as well, but like you get like the basic videos of like, don't stand in the middle of everyone, and that's about it. But
The advice that I've always heard from FLC that I find to be the most valuable generally is that you need to figure out your constant philosophy is I need to have an impact while staying safe, and I need to make sure that I'm accomplishing both of those two goals with every position I take. Devi has her backline positioning guide if you want to check that out at some point.
it's already in my safe drive.
Gotcha. So like there's that, but I find it's typically just a matter of like positioning in spots where you're going to both be safe and have an impact, and analyzing the map well enough that you're going to find those spots consistently. Being able to outplay enemy backliners also helps. There's some mechanical tech that you can work on with that, but I think another big part of it is probably just coordination. That's usually something that low-level teams that are just getting into their first competitive teams, that they always struggle with that. It's never something that they just like learn easily. It's even the top players that figured it out back in Splatoon 1 were taking all of those ideas that they brought to coordination from playing like Halo competitively. That's where a lot of our callouts come from. It's from like Hitzel's experience playing Halo and FLC's experience playing other games. So all of that stuff, like, it's not intuitive to just work out from the ground up quickly. And that's something that it does often take some help to be able to get going. I have some videos on callouts and coordination, and I hope that those have been helpful, but that's probably the thing that's hurting the most as a newer team, if I had to hazard a guess without having seen it.
Yeah, and like I said before, you're probably going to be hearing from us, so you'll be able to see specifically what we're doing. But like, thanks. Also, one other thing I want to talk mindset a little bit.
Okay.
The way I tilt, it's kind of like more like I get frustrated with myself for not being able to do like everything I think I can, and so like basically it's where I pressure myself into playing better, which therefore makes myself play worse.
I think it's awesome that you know that you have recognized that. And what you want to always do as soon as you've recognized the way that you tilt is anytime something happens that might trigger that, you want to do a mental double check like, okay, that was a moment that I thought I was going to be able to hit that shot and didn't. Did that make me upset? And it sounds silly to like have to ask yourself that, but a lot of the time people who are tilting do not recognize it in the moment. It's actually really difficult to spot until you look back on it afterwards and you're like, oh, yeah, that was not good. Like, it seems so obvious when you watch a recording after the fact and you hear the comms just going silent. Or even worse if you're, hearing people start to get aggravated on the mic. But, like, in the moment, it feels just like you're playing naturally because you have so many other things that you're focusing on that are distracting you from what's going on. One thing that has always helped me is to focus less on results and more on the process. So rather than to think about, oh, I should have hit that shot, that's a shot that I can hit, you think, well, I missed that, but that is a shot that I definitely agree with me taking. I'm happy that I tried to take it. And the fact that it missed, that'll work itself out over time. Now, that perspective does kind of lead me to worry a little bit less about my mechanical skill than maybe I should. I think that my mechanical skill is definitely below the level of understanding of the game that I have, and that's something that holds me back. So there's probably a healthy balance that's different from what I have currently. But I definitely don't have problems with tilting about those kinds of things because I just kind of take it easy on myself while I'm playing the game. I think that maybe a good happy medium would be that you take it easy on yourself while you're playing the game, especially when you're in like a tournament setting where you've got to accept when you're going into a competition that you're about as good as you're going to be. You're not going to just like magically improve over the course of this tournament in some substantial way. You might be able to make an adaptation in your decision making, but you're not going to get better at aiming your weapon over the course of just this tournament. That's something that just takes a long time and it takes a lot of practice. So there are moments where you need to just let yourself off the hook for missing shots. There are moments where like, yeah, if it's a lack of focus, if there's something you can actually change that will help you hit those shots better this time, then yeah, do what you need to do mentally to get yourself there. But if you're really, engaged and trying your best right now, in practice, it's one thing. In it like a tournament format where it really does, you really do want to be winning those games and you're playing as a team, let yourself off the hook a little bit more on mechanical stuff. Even if you're just in like a scrim with your team, like play the best you can for that scrim, treat it like it's tournament setting, and if something goes wrong mechanically, if something, that you just individually can work on goes wrong, well, this is team practice right now. Right now you're working on the team side of things. And mechanically, that's something you can work on in your solo play. That's something that you can set as a goal for after this scrim. That like, okay, this is what I'm focusing on now because this is what was holding us back the most. But try to kind of distance yourself from that kind of criticism where you're not making that criticism of yourself in the match. If it's something that's going to bother you, make it after the match. Defer it until later. Let yourself focus on what's going on, because focusing on, oh, I should have been able to do that, that's not helping you play better than it would if you just kind of distracted yourself. Like, no, it's fine. We've got to think about where the enemy team is pushing now and like what the result of that was. Be willing to say I'm down every single time you go down. That's something that I find helps sometimes. That like a lot of the time when people are upset that they feel like they should be winning a fight, they stop calling that they went down. They don't want to admit that they made that mistake to themselves. And maybe that's one way that you can start to combat that. If you find that that's a pattern with you, maybe try to look at those situations and go, I'm down. And just, like, have that be normalized on your team that that's okay, you went down, you're just letting everyone know. We're doing the best that we can with the situation we've got.
So how would you go about managing tilt as, like, a team? Like...
That's a little bit harder, because what it really requires is for each individual person to know how they tilt and be trying to manage it individually. It's a very emotional thing. Now, there are ways that a team can tilt each other, and that's something that, like, it's really important to try and avoid as much as you possibly can. Because, like, call-outs that come across, even as just, like, not even as mean, but just, like, curt, like, if you're being a straight shooter, if you're telling it like it is, sometimes even that can come across and be interpreted as more negative than it actually is intended to be. That's part of why you hear people making callouts in that kind of rising inflection. The one on snipe, one on me, help left. With that rising inflection, it never comes across as negative as you'd think, you know, it might be if it was one on me, help left. You know, if you're really starting to, like, bark at people like that, that can come across the wrong way. Another thing that really tends to tilt teams is trying to give criticism in, like, the middle of a match or even the middle of a set. The very most that you ever want to be saying to your team, by way of, like, trying to improve things, is a non-specific comment like, hey guys, remember we were working on trying to call out this situation more, all right? I'm not hearing a lot of calls for that. Let's make sure that we're doing that. That's the most intense that you want any of this criticism to be. Because if it goes any further than that, it starts to sound accusatory. Even if, like, it is one particular person's job to do that thing and you don't even mention them by name, they'll still internalize that as, oh, they're upset with me, and that might start to trigger a pattern of tilt, depending on what's happening. It can be helpful as a team to share what it is that tilts each of them individually. That's getting into, you know, talking about feelings, which is hard, and that's something that takes a lot of maturity to do, and it takes one of the things that you need to be able to talk about things like that as a team, which less mature teams are less capable of doing, is the team needs to have an environment where people can be vulnerable with each other. They need to be able to say things that they're, you know, that they don't like about themselves, and know that they're not going to be made fun of for that or have that information used against them. And, like, younger people are awful at creating those situations. I've been in a classroom, and man, like, you gotta have thick skin to be in there. And the people who don't just end up withdrawing and not wanting to interact with people at all. Because they don't have that psychological safety. They don't have those conditions where people are going to let them be open about their flaws so that they can address them. It takes an extra kind of strength to have that sort of psychological fortitude, I guess, in a situation where you haven't created that safety as a team. Someone has to be especially confident in themselves to be able to come forward with something if they don't feel like the team is going to respond to that in a supportive way. So there's a lot that goes into that, and, you know, maybe I'm going to be able to comment on that a little bit if I do a VOD review for you guys eventually, and I'm going to be able to hear the comms. But it's difficult to... There's so many different things that could be happening. Everyone tilts a little bit differently, and so a lot of the time, like, you're gonna have to address that on, like, a case-by-case basis, on a person-by-person basis. It's a thing you really have to build a relationship with your teammates to be able to pull off. Because that's not something you're going to get someone talking about on day one.
Well, I think that answers everything.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on the show and giving us an opportunity to talk about all of this. Like I've said before, I really appreciate people being willing to come on here and to to be willing to be criticized in front of this many people. Like, that takes a humility and a bravery in and of itself that I appreciate of every individual one of you who has come on. So thank you so much for that, and I hope that that was really helpful and that you're going to be able to bring some of that back to your team as well. And looking forward to working with you guys and talking about that sort of stuff.
Okay, see ya.
Have a good one. Yeah, Jules talking about working a school. This kid made fun of me for moving out of the way to not get hit by a door. They'll clown you for anything. This is something that I think, while kids have always been awful, right? Like, and any amount, when someone talks about immaturity, they're talking about this sort of thing. They're talking about confidence in oneself, insecurity, and insecurity leading you to put other people down to kind of improve your own feelings of security, and that leading to them being more insecure, and there's this whole awful spiral of this happening. But I think that it's especially worse now because of social media making it easier for people to clown on each other, and making it so that there is a very well-known vernacular for clowning on each other. That, like, Twitter is already a place where everyone's takes are short, punchy, and wrong. And that's really what does numbers on Twitter. But now you put kids and that social situation into that context, and they have adult role models who are being short, punchy, and wrong. So they learn to be short, punchy, and wrong, and that plays into the way they treat each other in the classroom. God, it was so frustrating when I would give, like, what I was trying to make measured criticism, when I was trying to be constructive and just try to be helpful and say that, you know, a student had gotten a problem wrong, I would be told that I had roasted that student. You know, Mr. Teacher just roasted you, dude. And I'd look at that kid like, I really would rather be roasting you right now. But that's also not going to be helpful, because what just happened when you said Mr. Teacher just roasted you was all your crew over there in the corner, your buddies, your 4 or 5 people who will, you know, go off at anything you say, are now jumping up on top of their chairs like, oh, freaking out like it's like a rap battle or something. And now all order has been lost in the classroom. It's chaos. This is a thing I live through on a daily basis, multiple times per class period. You know, it's just kind of a generational thing, and so it's something that I think is important to talk about for the sake of that generation as they grow up, so that they can realize, oh, that thing actually is causing social problems and making it less easy for us to function as teammates. It's also really important because with, you know, this being the COVID generation, a lot of the in-person communication that would have let people get through these problems is being cut off because group projects are harder to do, and you're not seeing the whites of people's eyes. You're not having interactions with people in hallways as often. Like, there was some period of time where it was a lot of online school where we're not interacting with people as often. And those interactions are very specifically structured. We're not getting as wide of a range of different things that we're having to do together. So there are a lot of concerns that I'm hearing from teachers who are currently in the field that generation is going to be a little bit behind in terms of just social understanding. That, like, the maturity that you expect a kid to be at age 14, it's taking them until they're age 16 or 17 to get to, just because they haven't been in the circumstances that will give them that experience. And, like, certainly they'll learn those things faster than a 14-year-old will, because their brains are going to be more developed by then. But it is something to watch out for in that sort of age range. And, like, if you're in that age range, like, try to use that perspective to think critically about the way that you engage in your relationships. And, you know, because one other thing I noticed when I was younger, at first I had a ton of energy, and I liked talking, and I liked people talking to me, and class felt kind of fun when class was loud. You know, when you just have a lot of energy and you're young like that, things being loud don't bother you as much. But as I got older and older, things being loud started to, like, give me a headache. It started to increase tension. It started to make it like, wait, I'm starting to recognize that people are trying to say things, and they're not being able to say things because nobody can hear anything because everyone's trying to say something at the same time. And that's not working out. That sort of realization sets in during those kinds of teenage years from about grade 7 to grade 10 or so. And, like, that sort of realization also is probably being delayed. So, there's a lot of social dynamics there that I think will also apply to Splatoon teams, but that if you learn them from Splatoon, hopefully that will carry over and help you in other aspects of your life as well. That sort of maturity is certainly something that is well appreciated in dating. Like, people don't like someone who's going to talk over you. They don't like someone who's not going to listen to you. So all of those things are very attractive qualities in a person. And that is also an age at which people are starting to get interested in that. So, hey, there you go. This is also dating advice. You're welcome. Should be made into a video. Yeah, there you go. Might just do that. It's a pretty easy to edit to put those kinds of things together. But I'm glad that I got a chance to speak on it. Keep the classroom comms clear. Yes, that's why my job is to shush people. I joke a little bit, but not very much about that. The way that someone described it to me at one point was, when you go into a middle school, your job is 80% classroom management and 20% actually knowing what you're talking about. 20% actually teaching. It's not even knowing what you're talking about. Knowing what you're talking about is like 5% of teaching. Because most of teaching is knowing what they don't know so that you can get the right information to teach them. Because it is very easy to overwhelm someone who's struggling. It's very easy to, like, tell them something that they already know on top of things that they don't know, and they're having trouble sorting what it is that they're having a problem with. You've got to be incisive. You've got to get down to what they don't know quickly so that you're not overwhelming them before you try to teach them the thing that they don't understand. So that's a big part of teaching, but then really, no teaching is going to happen if 3 people in the class are talking over you at once. You know, even if someone's whispering in the very back of the classroom, the problem with that is that if one person is whispering and somebody sees, oh, hey, Mr. Teacher isn't doing anything about this person whispering, even if Mr. Teacher doesn't recognize that there's someone whispering there, the class might not always realize that the teacher is distracted from what they're looking at and doesn't realize that someone's whispering, and that person, you know, whispering is actually just being sneaky with their whispering. The class is all automatically going to assume, oh, they're whispering, that means it's okay to whisper. And so somebody else is going to start whispering. And then somebody else is going to start whispering. And once you have about 3 people whispering in a classroom, it's much more difficult to tell what's being said because the whispers are distracting and it takes extra effort to focus. And that's just whispering. If someone's talking, immediately a problem, even just with the first person who's doing it. So in a class of like 28 people, you know, you might think, oh, I don't talk very often in class. It's usually just like once or twice throughout the class period. Well, with 28 different people, with their 1 or 2 times across the class period, and you know that there's that one kid who it's not going to be just once or twice, that adds up. And that's why, you know, teaching feels so authoritarian sometimes. It's just that, like, we cannot tolerate even a very, very small amount of talking. Otherwise, it will actually impact our ability to do our job. And it may seem, like, really strict, the way that we deal with even just, like, one person talking one time. But better that it be that strict, and maybe we get a little bit too far one time every so often, than that the classroom is just complete chaos and everyone's getting away with everything. Because it's a very slippery slope. I know slippery slope arguments are a logical fallacy, but it legitimately is something that can build momentum and snowball very quickly if you allow even a little bit of talking. So that's why things work the way that they do there. Make a dating advice video and end with, by the way, this is also Splatoon advice. Oh my goodness. Is chat like having 100 kids always whispering at the back of the classroom? the thing about chat is you don't have to read it. You don't have to look at it. You can just, like, cover up that part of the screen, and they're ignorable. And that's one of the cool things about online school, that, like, you actually can make those kinds of side comments, and it's not stopping someone from just not looking at that chat and just looking at what the teacher's saying. The problem with that is that then when people get into an actual classroom, they're used to being able to make those comments, and now it's actually not okay for them to do that, and the teachers run into a lot more behavioral problems because they got used to online school, basically. Because, like, I have said all of these things that I've just said and barely been looking at chat at all, because I've been talking about it. As a teacher, I would have had to pay attention to every single one of those comments, addressing them if they were appropriate and appropriately timed, and silencing them if they were inappropriate. A class of this many people, of having like 100 people in chat right now, would be impossible in an in-person setting with children. It's much more possible in college, because college kids get it. They're adults at that point, and they're also paying a lot of money to hear the things the professor is telling them. The kids, a lot of them are there because it's mandatory. Like, a lot of them would not be there if it was not mandatory, which is maybe a little bit scary to me, but also I understand where they're coming from. And there are some, you know, anti-establishment reasons to, yeah, you've got a little bit of a point. The problem is that, in my experience, homeschooling has almost never been a very professional replacement to... There are a lot of experiences that you miss out on, both socially and just based on the inexperience of the teachers you're working with, because the teachers have to be good at every subject, whereas you can start to break up the subjects once you start getting into more specific territory. That's why in elementary school you have one classroom teacher who knows all of the things, because there it's like 95% classroom management and 5% very, very basic information that most adults just kind of know already. Whereas once you start getting into middle school and high school, they can start asking some questions that it takes a professional to be able to know the answer to. And so it's a difficult balance to strike between that anti-establishment feeling and actually educating the kids effectively. So there's my political stance on that issue. I'm sure that's probably upset one or two people. Flip side is the teacher misses legitimate questions, and that's true, and that is... My personal ideal world would be very similar to the way it is, but there are more teachers, and the teachers are paid more, and therefore we're able to have higher quality teachers with smaller class sizes. I think those two things combined would be a massive improvement to most of the problems that we're having in the American education system at the moment. And the problem with that is that costs money, and it's really hard to get money into the education system, and people are still not willing to do it very much even then. Like, every new tax, every new initiative that goes out to try and fund schools more gets resisted really heavily, especially by certain political parties. And even when one of those measures does go through, there's a lot of bureaucratic red tape that makes it so that money isn't necessarily going to the right places. Like, a lot of the time, initiatives may not actually trickle down to where the teachers are actually benefiting from them. So there's a lot of political work that needs to be done to get that fixed. Pay attention to when schools are striking, because I think that's a really important mechanism by which that sort of thing can change. Gem, can you activate your special, please? Hold on. It's such a funny little pose that he has, like hunched over, like, I don't want to expose myself, I just need to see over the top. It's like a little Kilroy was here kind of thing. What's this about prom? I missed prom because of online school. They did nothing to make up for it, but I will say prom can be awesome under very specific circumstances, but for a lot of people, it's just kind of meh, and it can also be awful. It's a lot of money to spend on something that may or may not be a really good time. I think prom is really fun if you have like a date to go there with. It's really fun if you have a great circle of friends to go there with, and like you have people you really want to spend time there with. If you're going to prom and it's just because like, I should probably go to prom. Like, it's prom. It's only going to happen once. Might as well. That's not a bad reason to go, but it also means that there's probably not a lot there for you because it's a social gathering. It's something where you got to go there with people you're going to enjoy being there with. You know, you've got to go somewhere with people where you're like, oh my gosh, I've never seen you dressed up like this. You look so good. You know, you want to be hyped about that. You want to be hyped about being able to spend that time with those people. Because the gathering itself is not going to give you anything that's particularly noteworthy. And if you and those friends would have more fun doing something other than like a formal dance or something, like go see a movie or something, right? Like go just out on the town and have a good time instead. Nothing saying that you have to, you know, spend a ton of money on what you're wearing and how you're going to get there and the tickets, whatever they may cost. Like, if you'd have more fun doing something else. It's all about getting closer with the people you care about. But like, if you got like a high school sweetheart and you guys are really cute together and stuff, and you're gonna get to go out there and slow dance and it's gonna be all cute and stuff, then yeah, that's a really fulfilling experience. I've seen a lot of people be able to have that experience, and it's a one of a kind kind of thing. It's really pretty beautiful. So it's definitely great, you know, if you've got that environment, if you've got that social circle and stuff. If you can't think of someone you'd like to go there with, if you can't think of like a group of friends that you'd be like, yeah, it'd be really fun if I got to go with those guys, you don't have to go. It's not a huge deal. Just outdated music choices, people that go there, fact that you can just go to a normal place and have more fun. Yeah, and if those things, you know, are something that bother you, then you don't have to go. Go do whatever you're going to have fun doing. But what's, I think, important about those gatherings is that it's a place where you are socially encouraged to just hang out with people. I don't think there's not enough of that in school, especially with, you know, online school and whatnot. Like, people need to hang out with each other. People need to gain those social skills. Like, I actually discourage people from trying to become valedictorian in their school because the amount of time that takes means that you're going to have to put off having as many social relationships. And there are more important things to do than to impress authority figures. There are more important things to do than to get super high straight A grades. I knew a guy who was a national cross-country champion. Like, literally was the best in the country at high school cross-country. Ended up going on to place pretty highly in the Olympic trials, just barely not making the cut for his event. And he was quoted often by his teachers as having said, if studying an extra hour is going to mean that... studying an extra hour past my bedtime is going to mean that I'm going to go from a B+ to an A- on this quiz, then I'm going to get the extra hour of sleep. It was that kind of thing. And, like, granted, a lot of kids are not that well calibrated that they can know, you know, this is going to get me a B+. You know, a lot of kids, they'll say, oh, this is going to get me a B+, and then they'll go in there and get a D-, you know? So that there's definitely a little bit of him just being an exemplary student in that regard, that he's just an unusually smart person to be able to say that about himself. But the priorities are there, I think. You know, cross-country was something that was important to him, as was his schooling. And because he had something that was important besides his schooling, he had a reason to go out there and get more experiences. He had a reason to interact with other people than just his teachers. That was a lot healthier of a thing for him to be able to do. And I think that it's on that sort of basis that you get into a better school. It's not just your grades. It's not just your test scores. Like, those are important, and that's not something you should neglect. But that's also something that you work on by doing well in your regular classroom and doing your normal responsibilities. And I think that what they're also looking for is having some other life experience. You've got to have some activity. You've got to have some kind of thing that is yours that you do. Like, I came out of college and I had, you know, pretty darn good grades. I was, I think, summa cum laude, magna cum laude. I was on the cusp at least. I think I made summa cum laude right at the last second. So like I was doing really well in school, but what's way more important to me than those grades I got in college, because like nobody's looking at my college transcript anymore. Nobody cares about that. What was really important to me was my tournament organizing experience that I got from running Super Smash Bros. Tournaments. Because I was able to grow that thing from being 5 to 10 people a week to being 150 people a week. And that was a legitimate undertaking that taught me a lot about how to build a community, that taught me how to talk to people, that taught me how to get people into a game, that taught me how to teach people because I was helping people learn the game. That experience was, it sounds ridiculous, that was more important professional experience in a number of lines of work that I got into than many of the classes that I took. And the same is going to be true in high school. Like, if you have something that you already know is your thing, like if you know already that you want your whole life to be about making music, then, like, I had a friend in school who made 3 of her classes music classes, who kind of fought tooth and nail with her guidance counselors so that she would be able to take as much music as she possibly could. She would use all of her free periods to be in the practice rooms. She'd spend her lunch in the practice rooms, even though they weren't supposed to eat there. And she would occasionally even just skip classes to go there. I'm not recommending skipping classes, because that'll get you in some trouble, and there are some things that you should probably be learning besides that one thing. Like, it is important to be a little bit better rounded, because, like, for example, you need to know math to know the business skills, to know the statistics that you need to operate in the modern world. And if you're skipping math class, that can hurt you in some ways later on. But make your schedule, make your life as much about that thing as you can, and try to like use school to accomplish that goal rather than making school itself the goal. That's really important. But if you have ADHD and your major interest changes every few years, the thing, and this is something that happens to a lot of people and not just people with ADHD. A lot of people will do something for 2 years and then get tired of it and move on to the next thing. I know a lot of very smart people who have been able to live that way. And one thing that's kind of nice for you is that that's the way the economy is built right now. It's not necessarily a great thing for workers at the moment, that it's hard to find stable work, but like we live in what we call a gig economy right now, which means more than you having the same job for 45 years and then retiring with a really big pension, you're going to be working a whole bunch of different places over time. Like the average amount of time that someone spends in a job right now is only 3 years. So you can kind of just do that, and the economy is built to support that sort of a lifestyle. But one thing that I've also found, because I have changed jobs before. I started off as a teacher in one school. I moved to a different school with a different grade level. And then after teaching there, I became a tournament organizer and kind of shoutcaster and coach. I worked for Bravus after that. I got full-time at Bravus, and so then I was working on that. And now I'm here, working on this YouTube channel full-time. I've done all of those different things, and what I found is that I could always use the skills that I developed in those different jobs in the next job, and in the job after that. Like, building experience from doing something was never something that stopped me from moving on to the next thing. It just made me more qualified for the next thing. So, obviously, if you're getting into really heavy science fields, there are definitely some barriers to entry there that you're going to have to push through, Hard sciences, engineering, really difficult STEM fields, they have really, really rigorous training that's required to get the skills that you need to do a good job there. And if you're trying to go from, one of those to another one of those that's different from that, that's going to be really tough. That's probably going to take some extra years in school if you're going to try and make those kinds of jumps. So it's not possible in every environment, but something like teaching is valuable literally everywhere. There's no job that you can do unless you're completely isolated from other people, which is very few jobs, where some teaching experience is not going to be valuable to you. So just think of ways that you can combine your skills. Don't learn to get grades, learn to get skills. Learn to develop your ability to do different things, your ability to be functional in environments that other people wouldn't be. Because, like, if you decide to, you go off on a 1-year kick and learn graphic design, well, now, when you get some other random job and they're like, okay, we need to design a logo, you can just be like, hey, pay me overtime, I'll do that for you. That makes you more valuable to that company. Even if that's, something that you aren't as interested in anymore, if that's not something you want to become your job, that's just something you can offer. And you can put that on a resume. And that's something that, that combination of having this one skill and having this other skill makes you more attractive than someone who only has the one skill that they went to school for. Physical limitations, yeah, that does make things difficult, and that's something that, like, society needs to catch up with. You do still have, like, IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, I think it's something like that. It's a law that forces public places to be accessible to people with disabilities so that they have as equal of opportunities as possible, but there are definitely some jobs where you need to be standing up for a certain amount of time. You need to be able to lift certain things. And the more, white collar the work gets, the more education is required to do those jobs, the less that tends to be a problem. But it is definitely something to consider. And, I'm able-bodied. I don't have too much of an advice on that personally from my own experience, but I wish you the best of luck with that. Wanted to travel and find motivation for my future before I went to school. Because of COVID, I've been in college for computer programming. Unsure if it's what I really want to do, so I still plan on traveling after I graduate to find out what I really like. One of the nice things about computer programming is that it does make a lot of money, and money is something that gives you a buffer to be able to transition to other things. So even if you work that job for like 2 years, you're going to be living in a nice enough place and have a big enough budget that you probably have a little bit of a cushion to be able to go and do something else. So that is an option. And there is something to be said for just doing a job because it's a job and it gets you money. But if it's not something that you like, if it's making you less happy to be doing it, don't be afraid to just cut the cord and quit and go someplace else. Like, especially early on in your life when you don't have commitments to family, a family of your own in particular. If you have at least a little bit of money as a cushion, like, you can really go and explore a lot more. One of my friends just up and moved to Alaska after he graduated from college because he was going through, some tough times personally, and he didn't like where he was at. So he was just like, you know what, screw it. I found a job in Alaska. I'm going to Alaska. And he did it. He uprooted his entire life. He had nobody who lived there. And he went to this, like, very out-of-the-way island where there were only 800 people living, and he loved it. He developed really great personal skills, interpersonal skills there. He got way better at his job. He was able to transition that into other things. Like, it was great for him. So don't feel like you're stuck if you do have the physical, like, material means to go somewhere and do something else. Don't feel scared just because it's a change. Like, change like that can actually be adapted to pretty well. We're pretty adaptable organisms as people. Slydra feels like they could be a guest lecturer on this topic. I'd be interested. Slydra does have some interesting work experience. Like, I don't want to, share too much about what they're working on, but they're working on a law degree right now, and it's a very interesting area of law. Do you ever think about being a life coach? You sound like one right now. I have a pretty low opinion of like self-help life coach type gigs. That feels to me a lot like intellectual posturing sometimes. I prefer to impart any wisdom I'm going to impart from a position of authority, and I don't feel like those are things that any one person can really have that much authority about. So I feel a lot more comfortable being a Splatoon coach who addresses the aspects of life that can get in the way of playing Splatoon well. Like, I legitimately do arrive at a lot of these conclusions, a lot of these things that I talk about, just by, well, here is the problem that's keeping you from being as good at Splatoon as you want to be. it's kind of crazy to think about it, but like that is actually a way of, you know, improving yourself. Like if you work at anything, no matter how silly and goofy that thing is, if you have to improve yourself to get there, eventually you're going to come up against some of your own personal demons, and you're going to have to wrestle with those in order to make progress. Playing even a video game, a simulation of a simulation, it's something that can help you recognize places where you in your own life would probably falter if you came out under a certain amount of stress. And it kind of helps you. That's kind of the point of competition. That's something that was a big pillar of Bravis's ideology, was that competition is for making us better as people so that we can, and I always loved this phrasing, be our best when our best is most needed. Start a podcast. I did try that once. It was called Taking Stock. It was with Mikey, the cheat. And we didn't get very many views, but I really enjoyed those conversations, and they helped me solidify a lot of my philosophy on this subject. Problem is you're consuming tomato soup. Yes. That video did not do well, by the way. That video was, I think, the worst out of the last 10 by the metrics that I've released. Let's take a look here. Yeah. It is ranked 10 out of 10 for the first 12 hours of any video I've made in the last 10 uploads. So I'm not expecting to start to turn this into a culinary channel anytime soon, in case anyone was worried. Stop with the tomato soup slander. Oh, okay, so it was just my bad opinion on tomato soup, huh? That was why it didn't do well? Right, okay. Real ones loved the soup video. It was funny. Like, there were all of the comments are really positive. I don't have anybody in there complaining about the fact that I made a soup tier list. It's just the people who didn't want to see a soup tier list didn't click on it. That's the measure of success there, really. And that's one of those tricky things about managing communities. Like, you get a lot of people who are diehard fans of something. And I noticed this in the Smash community first. You get a lot of people who are like the diehard fans who show up every single week, you know, that's their main social circle. That's all the friends they hang out with. And then you get some other people who are more peripheral, who, like, they may have a friend or two who competes in it, but their main circle of friends is someplace else. They're not as invested in the scene. They're not as, you know, strong of a player, that kind of thing. And there are way more of those players, way more of the less invested players than there are of the really invested ones. But the really invested ones, because they're always there, and because they're so outspoken and they feel comfortable there, that's their place. They feel like they have an outsized voice on what happens there. And it's really easy as a leader to get too caught up in what that 2 to 3% of people are saying, because that's 40% of what you're hearing is what those 2 to 3% are saying. And it becomes hard to kind of make decisions as a community, because if you just listen to what's said the most loudly, a lot of the people who don't feel like they have as much of a say in the community won't speak up, even though that's not what they really want, and they're the majority. And so this this loud minority, this silent majority system starts to make it so that you make decisions that aren't really what's in the best interest of the community. And I feel like we're kind of seeing a little bit of that on the soup tier list. That, like, I've got a lot of fans who like me for me, and not just for teaching them Splatoon or dating advice. And those people are, like, really happy to meme on me with the soup tier list and stuff, and they're having a good time. But a lot of the major audience that I've developed is not interested in seeing what my opinion is on Progresso brand soups. And so they're not going to go and sit around and watch that. So it was an interesting experiment to see if, you know, that's something that people would like to watch. But I think I'm going to stray a little bit further away from that sort of content. I'm going to spread the soup tier list everywhere. I am the loud minority. Sorry, I wanted soup. I loved it. It was fun. Yeah, and see, that's also a lot of the people who are just going to hang around after dark, after hours. You know, you guys are the kids in the class who ate lunch in the teacher's classroom because they wanted to hang out with that teacher. Like, that's you guys, okay? There are, like, maybe, like, 5 of those in a class of 180 a lot of the time. And, you know, those kids are great, and you get an opportunity to have an impact on them and to really be a role model for them. But also, it's not all of the kids, and you cannot expect everyone in the class to respond the way that those kids do. For people who want Splatoon or dating advice. Dating advice for me has just kind of become shorthand at this point for stuff that you can apply outside of Splatoon, basically. Because that's just become such the meme at this point that, I don't know. It's something that probably sounds strange out of context for someone who's new to the channel. Calling me out for socializing with the teachers. It's not a bad thing. It's probably better than socializing with some of the kids you could be hanging out with, but definitely good to have like a social circle outside of the teacher. Like, you don't want to just be friends with the teacher if you can get away with it. If all of the kids are bigots and you're someone that they're going to discriminate against, then you're kind of stuck there, you know. But most of the time, there's someone to make friends with, and it's definitely worth doing that. So don't miss out on opportunities to be friends with your peers, because adults are going to get old-fashioned and behind on the times at some point. It starts to happen towards the end of high school, roughly. Like, kids really start to become good judges of their teachers. They start to be able to recognize small weaknesses in their teachers' ideologies or places where they're wrong. And if your teachers are your only circle of friends, you're going to start falling behind the other kids at that point. You got to make sure that you are in touch with both your peers and your elders, and not just one or the other. Haven't seen the soup video yet, but I love when channels post a bizarre, weird, and unrelated video. Yeah, it was just a tier list of the soups that I eat on stream, and now that I think about it, I'm getting really hungry. I'm going to go put some water on to boil, and then come back and chat some more. I come back and Romeo is in the chair. You can see him right there. It's the boy. Hello there. No, you can stay, you can stay. You're good for viewership. Hop up. Oh, well, there he goes. I tried. I really did try for you guys. Just had mushroom soup before coming here. At my recommendation, of course. Yes. See, I'm improving people's lives both in by giving them advice about high school and also in improving their choice of soups. Yes, something like that. Vote 1 for Progresso Minestrone. I've never actually tried the minestrone. I have no idea how good that is. I don't think I know what minestrone is. I'm gonna go Google that real quick. Minestrone soup. A thick soup of Italian origin made with vegetables, often with the addition of pasta or rice, sometimes both. Okay, so it's like a vegetarian noodle soup. Okay. I guess the question there depends on whether you're a vegetarian or not. If you need the protein and you're cool with eating meat on moral grounds, then definitely you'd probably want to go for the beef and vegetable, I'd think. But might be better variety of vegetables, or, you know, I'd have to take a look at what the actual ingredients are and how good they taste and stuff to be able to make a judgment. Give us diet advice. Don't go on diets. Just fix what you normally eat. Going on diets never works. Having this plan, like, the only one that I've ever heard, like, people that whose opinions I trust basically on the subject swear by is keto, specifically for weight loss. That like if you're trying to lose weight, that can be a way to do it. The problem with diets is that the diet is going to end at some point. You can't make a diet temporary. You have to change what you're actually eating if you want the new normal to be different than what it is. You're gonna have to change something, and that's the part that's really hard for people. A lot of diets, a lot of like fad diets are just straight up dangerous and should not be done by humans. They are not safe. Yeah, Romeo's here. Yeah, if it's not something that you're going to permanently maintain, it's not worth it. Now, you can get away with a lot more food if you work out pretty heavily. Like, I was a distance runner, which meant that I could just eat like 3 plates of pasta, and that was actually healthy for me, if anything. That was called carbo loading. That was a way that you could boost your performance on a future race. If I'm not working out that much, that's a terrible idea. It's probably going to make me feel sick. So, I had a bunch of gym teachers whose line was, I work out so I can eat. And I think there is really some truth to that. Just getting your metabolism up has a lot of health benefits and lets you just kind of eat whatever you want sometimes. That's why I'm still skinny. Like, I haven't been that much of an active runner for a while, but I just sit at my computer and I'm still skinny because I'm coasting off of the metabolism I built up when I could run a marathon back in the day. Do he be purring? He was purring for a bit. Now he's out of the lap and licking himself. Licking himself is what's happening. And also feeling uncomfortable that I'm looking at him, so I'm looking away now. Favorite distance to race? Ooh, I really liked the mile, because the mile is something that other people have a benchmark for. It's around this sort of distance that, like, it's a long distance race for sure. But it also is a race where there's a little bit of speed involved. Like, you need to be able to kick at the end of that race. If you go and tell someone, like, a 3-mile time, they're going to look at you like, cool, yeah, that number means something to me. If I go up to someone and tell them I had a 4:54 mile, they're like, oh, crap, that was really fast. Even though, you know, being able to run, you know, a let's say 16:30 3-mile, it's kind of the same sort of pace, relatively speed. It's not the same pace. I'm not running 3 miles at 4:54, but, like, given that you have to compensate for running further, that's about the same kind of speed, but it's, you know, a lot less comprehensible to the average person to try and math out how fast you're actually going compared to what they can do. So, why did boys get to run the mile, but I had to run the 1500? I don't know what that's about. That never made any sense to me. Just, like, make it a mile. The extra 100 meters is not going to hurt the poor fragile female form or something stupid like that. Like, if you're gonna run a 3200, why can't you run a 1600? Just, like, give them the extra 100 meters. It's like, I cannot fathom what the thought process is behind that difference. It's like, I guess maybe the idea is make it a little bit shorter so that you can run, like, a boys meet and a girls meet in the same amount of time. Maybe just, like, they were running so many heats at the 1600 that it was taking longer because girls' times are going to be a little bit shorter than boys' times generally, or a little bit longer than boys' times, and so you wanted to be able to finish the meets at the same time, you cut the distance down. I guess maybe that's an idea, and you can do it in the distance races because that'll cut more time proportionally than you will cut from other distances, and it'll still feel like the same distance. Maybe that's the thought process. That's the most that I can kind of rationalize. It just seems silly. I don't get why they did stuff like that. It's also a little bit annoying that there's, like, not great standardization between whether an organization does a 3-mile race or a 5K race, because those are really similar. It's like 3 miles versus 3.2 roughly, but it's different, a big enough difference in the times that they're really hard to compare to each other. It's not an easy, like, bit of math to do. That extra 200 meters, like, the world record for the 200 meter is only, it's like 20 seconds or something, and that's if you're sprinting. So this is going to add a good 30, 40 seconds a lot of the time to people's times if they're running it in a distance context, even if they're kicking at the end. And so that's going to make it so you're like, I had a 16:30, and you're like, that's either about at the same speed that I was doing, or that's way slower than I was doing, depending on what race we're talking about here. 1500s actually run more than the mile for both boys and girls in college. Like, it makes sense if you're trying to prep for college, but then why are the boys running the mile, is the question there. Oh. Yo, we've got a raid coming in from Jacko Ogian? I'm not completely sure how to pronounce that, but thank you for bringing everybody in on YouTube. I wish that Streamlabs made a noise when that happened, but it doesn't seem to do that. For you to call me Jack. All right, there you go. Welcome, Jack. Thanks for bringing everybody over. Jacojan. Okay. We'll go with Jack. But thank you for that. Jules just says Streamlabs noise. Awesome. YouTube does have a system for sending everybody over. It's a little bit more difficult to navigate, but also I haven't done my due diligence to learn it, so it's not super fair for me to criticize it too much. I've never really tried to get YouTube raids going, and maybe that's some new tech I should implement at some point. But what I've always... No, get off the computer. Cat, off the computer. The worry with the cat being on the computer is that he steps on the power button and turns it off in the middle of the stream, which has happened before. No, but with raiding, what I've typically just done is sent everyone over to the Twitch stream. Like, I just link the Twitch stream in the YouTube chat and try to get them all over to that instead. Because I've been too lazy to learn how to do those kinds of raids. But I'm sure it's pretty easy. Usually just drop a link way easier. That's smart, honestly. That's probably the way to do it. It's kind of sad that that's the best capability that the program has for it. But thanks for bringing everybody over. Running can be very meditative, and it will give you an extra minute of front speed. You can devise carbon roller strategies. Excellent, excellent. There is something to be said for having some athletic abilities, I guess, in a competitive setting. Like, it lets you... Any physical process that's, like, demands effort, which does include focusing your attention on something. That is a physical thing that your body needs resources to do. You know, your brain is a lot of the body heat that you generate because it takes resources to run this thing. That takes, you know, a certain amount of physical stability, strength to be able to keep up. So having good cardio, having good core strength, posture... I don't like recommending things about posture because a lot of stuff people say about posture is nonsense, but with being in good shape, basically, it can make it so that it's easier for you to focus. A lot of even, you know, top players swear by having like a little bit of an athletic regimen, just doing a little bit of running or something, a little bit of weight training, and that helps them stay focused in positions where they otherwise wouldn't. It's something that's in bigger esports, when they have a team, they'll have like a team chef. They'll have a team gym. Like, people will be, you know, given workout regimens by their coaches so that they're in physical shape as well as in shape to play the game. So that's not something to completely scoff at. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you. The distance runner gets 1 extra main of run speed How do you get 1 extra made of ink resistance? I couldn't tell you that. I guess waterproof clothes. Will you give us a workout regime? If you guys do want to get into distance running, I am pretty familiar with how to train yourself up for that and how to mitigate injury. Like, that is something that I feel relatively comfortable getting my friends into. It's advice that I definitely do provide. So, there's also a book that a lot of what I know is based on called Daniel's Running Formula. It was an elite level athletic trainer who just came up with a set of best practices for how to train people. And that was basically the Bible by which we learned distance running. And this is, mind you, a team that, like I mentioned before, was capable of winning nationals on a given year. So that's something that's, like, I would definitely recommend. Like, that book is the real deal. I'm gonna go check on the food that's being made really quickly. Make sure I'm not, you know, setting the house on fire. Here, have some cats in the meantime. It's been a minute since we've had cats on screen. We need to get some cats back. I hope Jem has spent that soup money I gave him on more soup. I haven't gone grocery shopping since that donation, but that was very funny, and I appreciate it. Okay. Hungary is not a state where I play the game especially well. So I'm just going to stick to open for the time being. Zones, eel tail, ink blot. What do I want to play there? I'm just going to work on my crab. So I'm not particularly satisfied with where my crab tank is at, and since this is a weapon that fills in so well into so many different comps, and it's something that's in my wheelhouse. Cat, get off the computer. I definitely want to get it to a place where it's surviving longer and more consistently getting value when I pop it. You get ink resistance by doing... Oh, yeah, there are a bunch of... as soon as event organizers started getting the hang of social media, they started figuring, okay, what are the goofiest things that I can make people have to do in a race to get more attention and make it seem like more extreme? And that's... those sorts of races started taking off. I'm not a huge recommender of stuff like that because it does increase your chance of injury to be running through mud, for example, but it definitely can be a lot more fun. I do it more as a for fun kind of thing than something that you're explicitly training for. We're stuck. Okay, we got him. Good job to my teammate for staying alive there and letting me take the lead on the fight. How is it not capped yet? In the world? Let's just do this. Hello. There we go. Look at that, crab tank. Oh, that doesn't work. Why are we losing zone? Stop. Oh. Well, I disagree with your opinion, but I respect your right to say it. Man. I'm sad. I made a really good push there. And it didn't amount to anything. But that's okay. Game is still very much winnable. Okay, that's 2 down. I feel like there's still more that we haven't cleared out of here yet, but I'm just gonna do this. That just held them back for a while. Okay. So at least we know that there's the crab there. It spent most of its time fighting me. Unfortunately, the rest of us also went down, so we're gonna lose control there. I hit a burst bomb in 2 shots, but it wasn't a direct, so I didn't get them, and I was dropping off a Legend Enemy Ink, so it wasn't a good idea anyway. Okay. We got one, though, and we're all back, so now we can start diving. Gonna try and get the rapid fire going to shred the tank. Alright. Ended up trading tanks, which is fine. We ended up getting advantage for it. Oh my god, I'm missing so many shots! I need to hit those if I'm gonna go for that, because I need to get that player out of the way before the shot's in range. Oh boy. That player's probably dead. Hopefully teammate sees this and gets an opportunity out of it, because this is scary for me. I know that there's a player right here and that they're weak. Got him. Take this. Taking this backside of enemy zone is more likely to result in cap because it's harder for your team to get to, and it's easier for the enemy team to get to than it is to get to your side. You're going to have control of your side. You're not as likely to have control of their side, so when you can get control of their side, it's really important to go for that first. That's your priority for painting. I want to stop this before it can get lead. Okay. I'm fine with dying there. It's not ideal, but we got lead in time, and we're stalling a good amount before I'm even back, so all good stuff. We probably want to go in from the left side here because they've got to jump in on the right. We don't want to contest that until we have the numbers too. Oh, crap. Have to win this. Oh, man, I even hit them with the indirect damage and couldn't get it. That's bad. We need to go out quick. Okay, we got one. Oh, we got to go for zone. We got to go for zone quickly. I'm missing the shots, and I think that's just, like, I'm a little bit hungry, and I'm not mechanically all there right now. Like, I know I focus a little bit better and hit those shots better under most circumstances. Pop this right here. Pressure their lead, their X-Blow. Oh no, we got flanked. Oh, that flank saved them the game. We had that fight win, but nobody stopped the roller from coming in on the left-hand side while I was on right. Close one. Thinking about crab tank positions, I think I mostly did a pretty good job with those. I don't think that was the biggest problem there. That problem there was just like, I'd dive into a fight and would not have my aim ready and would not get it on very fast. But fortunately, I should have food ready to go. Yes, there was a cat meowing. That was Romeo. I'll be right back. I'm going to have food soon. Dinner is served. Yep. Pasta is one of my favorites. I have it very frequently. What sauce? Oh my god. It's just some like grocery store bought roasted garlic sauce. What's up, buddy? You're trying to hop onto my lap again? Is it because you smell food? It's probably because you smell food. I'll let you up here, but you're gonna get boxed out of actually getting at the food. So, bear that in mind. Yeah, Romeo does want to steal my food. There was an incident with a friend of mine from a place I used to live. Oh, there he is. Where she caught him licking the top of her grilled cheese sandwich. And she's never forgiven him for licking her grilled cheese. So, you just gotta box him out. He respects being boxed out pretty well. He's not gonna try and, like, wriggle around you if you're putting yourself in the way of him deliberately. He'll recognize you don't want that. I like how you called him my little crime bag. If I did pat on my lap, would Romeo be like plop? Romeo would take a lot of patting and a lot of scritching and a lot of assurance that the spot is stable for him to stand on, or sit on, I guess. He's very reluctant, but he will do it eventually with enough prodding. He's got a good mix of bravery and caution. Like, when you move him into a new place, he'll just very cautiously explore the whole thing for about 20 minutes, and as soon as he's done that, he's not scared of any place in that. But he's going to be very cautious about exploring it the first time. Setting up a border patrol checkpoint for stopping the cats. I don't know. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you think Katsu and Lilith are at least S+ tier cats? I mean, are there any cats that aren't? He did watch you make the pasta, so he's entitled to some of it? I don't think that's how that works. I don't think just because I watched someone, you know, put the hot dogs together at the hot dog stand, that entitles me to that hot dog. Oh no, so the cats and the dog are conspiring? The cats push things off the table for the dog? That's so diabolical. A genuine melee weapon that doesn't suck or feel flimsy? Splatana Stamper. It's a melee weapon that can also hit from heavy splatling range. being hungry entitles you to food, but I'm sure Romeo has his own food. Yeah, see, Romeo is not hungry in the sense of he needs food right now. He's hungry in the sense of that smells like food, and therefore I want to put it in my belly. If you let a cat eat too much, it will get massively overweight, and it will not stop itself from eating it to an unhealthy degree. I learned that the hard way. Romeo used to be really skinny. I think his max weight and the weight that we got him at are like his max weight was almost double what he was when we found him. He really chunked up. The cats want you to think they're starving Victorian children. They are not. Do not listen to them and their cat-like wiles. Thank you so much for the raid, Big Mochi. I have been in Mochi's stream before for some PBs. It was a good time. Gem, what causes the opponents to show on the map? I know they show up on the map if they're damaged. I want to say... that's it. That once they go past like 30 damage or something, that reveals them. So that was why like it was so useful to open your map when you started hitting someone with Stingray, because you could just like spot which direction they're going that way, and you didn't really have to look too much. But you can also just see people by their painting pattern, which is also really valuable. Beacons show on the map, and if you have your own beacon that is near an enemy player, they will be revealed by that beacon, even if they're not damaged. And being marked, yeah. Man, I'm still hungry. Grumble, grumble. We'll go find some kind of something to snack on in the meantime. Be right back. Just a second or two. But welcome in, Raiders. And we'll be getting back to playing a little bit of video games in just a second. Cats, yes. It's the appetite of a teenage boy. I don't know. My appetite as a teenage boy was a lot bigger than this. This would not have been enough food for me. I had to eat a lot. Gem, what are your 3 most and least used specials? Tri-Strike's probably there. Whale is probably there. Zuka is probably there. How much did I use this? Yeah, it's probably less now than the Tri-Strike. Then I avoid using hammer and cooler. There aren't a lot of Inkstorm weapons that are anywhere near my... I mean, I used it a lot in Splatoon 2, I guess, so maybe that counts. But... Reef Slider is worth avoiding, except Tetris have it, so I've played it a little bit more than I think those other ones. Inkvac I definitely avoid, though. Yeah, probably Vac. Excuse me. I don't use Zipcaster a lot either, but Vac, Hammer, and Tactical are probably the ones. What would you want out of a new brush? What would a new brush look like? It's like, feels like there's not that much to change about the brush. Nose hair brush, melee bamboozler. Goodness. I mean, you can put a whole bunch of new kits on it, but it would feel silly to make it like a really long-range brush. Brush that can swing 360 degrees. So you just try to get in melee range and then press the button and you hit for sure. Spin to win. Oh my god. Got some Zelda fans out there. Hiya! Prochara's Deca Brush. What was that? I'm not familiar. I really like this. Someone thinks you're fresh. I think that's just from the image that you make in the square. But that's nice. It feels good. It's giving you a compliment. I recognize Esper. I've played competitively with Esper before. Ah. Man. Did I just opt into Clam Blitz on Mincemeat? Oh god. Why am I playing this? The map mode where nobody ever scores, because you can get back on defense effectively even after a wipe. Well, we say that. It's not how it worked out. Man. Should have just thrown a burst bomb at my feet, would have got him. Man, we are just not staying alive here. Oh. I did recognize some of those members of the other team. Fantafizz is, I think, Div 2 or something like that. If that's the Luke I'm thinking of, they could be, like, a Div 1 player. Not sure. But it's definitely possible that was a coordinated team. Yeah. Why did I let myself go into Clamblitz Mincemeat? That is tempting. Probably want to warm up a little bit first. Hi there. What are you doing? What is your goal here? Your goal might interfere with my goals. I would like you to commit before I have to start making decisions. I'm gonna move my arms like I'm about to be moving my arms so that you know to respect that. Okay, he's decided to back away for the time being. Oh. Well, here's a chance for us to talk about the positioning that we were using on Flounder as a short-range weapon that we talked about today for MisterRocketMan. Get off of the thing. You're standing on my headphone cords. Pulling on my noggin. This might not be safe, but we're gonna try. I don't like that I revealed myself there. That didn't really accomplish anything. They still have a crab tank, but will I if I am dead? No, I will not. I will not. Thank you. Okay, well, we got one anyway. That's two down. We can definitely push this back. Just the roller, and they're over there. We know that they're over there. They're so weak. Okay. There's wipe. Cool booyah. Not gonna do anything. They were all already dead. There's maybe two over here. Where's my aim at? My god. Trying to aim straight up there, and it barely went past even. Okay, so there were two people over there. They were the only people who were there. They were marked earlier, but we paid attention to everything but them. And they were the most immediate threat to the tower. I don't think they think I'm here. Oh god. Well, at least we trade. Okay, nice. We are doing a good job of standing our ground and getting picks when we need to. It's been good defense so far. Where did that come from? Fine with maintaining the status quo for now, so I'm fine with trading. If it ends up being that we're down a player, then I'm less okay with trading. Okay, cool. They're down. I was backing away from the ledge because I couldn't tell where the roller was going to come in time. Oh, I thought my teammate was going to shoot at them. Teammate just ran away. Shoot. Hopefully enemy team didn't see that. Roller on the other side. Got them. Let's go. Let's get this crab tank as far forward as we can and then pop it. Ugh. I went down way too early with that. I think I needed to respect the Rapid Blaster way sooner. That's a crazy jump. Yep, I can back up from that. Unfortunately, they still have another big bubbler, and we're all dead because they had 2 of them. I should have just backed away instead of trying to shred the bubbler, but I did not. And so I am dead. Oh, crap. Alright. We are doing a good job of defending even after they get that checkpoint. Like, they're having a really hard time getting around the corner here. Let's drop down here and see if this makes it easier. Got one. From here, I can't really see much more. I smoke screened myself by putting myself where the booyah was. This should be lead. That'll be game, I think. Very nice. Okay. Good defense on my teammates' part, because that could have gone a lot worse with how much I was dying. There are already ink mines on a brush, so I don't think they would want to put ink mines on a second kit. I wonder if they'll ever give a brush burst bombs. That would be annoying. They probably have to put a really bad special on it for that to be okay. think about how to take that fight. They were not. Ended up with a 2 for 2. Alrighty, well, we got some picks, and now this guy is... What? Where was... I guess all we had were 2 backliners. They couldn't follow me in on that. Just we had numbers advantage, but I need to pay a little bit more respect to the fact we have double backline and don't have a lot of push. Pushing power. I can't see. We really don't care about that lead at all. It is completely insignificant. What we care about is not dying. Getting a numbers advantage. It's big enough that we're going to be able to actually push. It's hard because we kind of need them to push into us to be able to get picks. Oh my god. They took so long to get up there that the other player had time. Their own movement flub saved their life. I cannot prevent that from coming in. Oh goodness. That is difficult to deal with. I'm just gonna get a crab and try and hold the very end here. Well, yeah, Booyah will stop it for now. But there are already people under our ledge, and we don't have the front line to be able to clear it. I'm gonna say it. I think we got comp diffed there. ZNF Charger plus Hydra is not an easy thing to win with. Man, almost no special output either. We were just dying too much. Well. Zelda 2 brush. Oh, man. Pardon me as I take a break too much. Nom nom. Well. Like I have said before, you know, I don't want to yuck anybody's yums, but it is really not a point of interest for me to come up with, like, hypothetical new designs for weapons. Like, I can think of, you know, ways to balance things that are already existing, but until there's something new that's added, I usually prefer to just play with what the game gives me, think about the game as it is, rather than hypothesize about what it could be, or what it should be. Because until I'm in a position to actually change what it's going to be in any meaningful way, I don't feel like my saying anything about it is going to have any kind of impact, except maybe as an educational tool for helping people understand the game better. Just, you know, how Char tends to use it. But I just find it hard to really care about something that is almost certainly not going to be in the game. Like, what more can come of that other than me being disappointed that it's not there? I want that guy to move forward before I make this flank so that I'm not seen. This is probably a premature use of this. Absolutely not. Why is nobody picking this up? We got one down. We almost had that one. If we'd been forward, probably could have done it. I don't know what's going on in mid. Down. Cool, pick them off. Okay, let's go. Let's move up. We gotta take some space. We are not pushing when we have opportunities to push. Like, at this point, it's honestly probably too late until we get another pick, which we just did. Oh my god, I'm missing so much. I should have died for that. Well, they're 3 down. Someone needs to get on the tower. What? It hit over the top and hit me? Unlucky. Because that was from below, too. I am the last player up. I do not want to be here. Oh dear. I need to be able to stop this, like, now. Ugh. They jumped. Right here. Them. Where did everybody go? Ugh. Guess we all went down at some point there. I need to be doing a better job of keeping track of when players go down. I'm not caught out in positions like that. It happens a little too frequently. We have to get to this tower. Did I miss all of those? Yeah, that's gonna be game over. I should be mindful of how fast my teammates are trying to push up. Because I'm feeling like we have an opportunity and I'm trying to create space, and then I feel like I'm not getting a follow-up and I'm going down too early. Which might mean that there's some kind of threat that I'm not paying enough attention to that's getting my teammates' attention while I'm out in front of them. Even if I am playing really close to the tower. Is that something that the range blaster and the stamper needed to be worried about if they were going to push up? Alright, later, Z-Tech. Man, I don't like this comp. Let's try and get in from the left here, because... oh boy. Well, leader was watching one way. Makes sense the Dynamo's watching another. This is actually the safer place to jump, I think, because it's away from the Dynamo. The Dynamo moved over, but it wasn't even them that got me, it was the try. I don't feel like jumping into any of those. They don't know. Them, and the try is still over there. Oh boy. Poking there to see if the try had continued to go that way. That one. Oh, hello. Where'd they go? They must have dropped. I completely lost track. That's one bucket down. Hello. Why are you on tower? Ugh. One of those rare situations where you get two down cleanly and then it's still not safe to push. This leader is way out of position. So we need to be really careful about where the Dynamo ends up. That doesn't reach. I should have died for that. Oh, I even hit them too. Close one. Okay, so I just went in and got 3 kills, and now we're all the way back down. It's so hard to push with this team. It's not that the teammates are playing it wrong, it's just the game gave us weapons that can't do it. The leader because they're on the left side here. Don't want to expose myself too much. I'd ideally like for them to miss a shot on me and then move up. Leader is pushed back. Okay, they're 3 down, just the Dynamo. But we're not on tower. Do I die to this? Probably. I got the sprinkler, though, guys. Very important. One nice thing is, we've got this big lead, and we've also literally stopped them from pushing at all. They have not gotten on the tower when it was pushed back to mid. They are at 0 points. They just started scoring with 30 seconds left. I hit him 3 times? Okay, we're good. Yo, if they lost the sprinkler, you have a chance now. I wouldn't call this a triple backline. Range Blaster's a midline weapon. Oh no, wait, why did I opt in for the same comp? Oh, crap. Well, it worked one time, it'll work again, right? Shoot. Okay. Jamie's like, Gem, I sent you a cat pic, please respond. No. Thank you, Jamie. I'm munching on little pretzel sticks, the mini ones. And they're gonna get on right away, which means they should just get splatted right away. That's what happened. Last one here. We should be getting on tower. There are warning signs that I think I'm not recognizing, that I need to be seeing. I was fully expecting to just die as soon as I got checkpoint there, and I'm alive still, which is cool, and I like it. Does this land me on the tower? Land me on the tower. Okay, there are 3 people here. And we still don't have anybody who's able to really push in that hard. One of the big important advantages of having frontline weapons, like multiple, is that one of them can draw aggro from the other. So I'm putting myself forward, and my teammates are seeing it, but a lot of the time, I'm the only player that they have to shoot at. The enemy team has to shoot at. So, I'm tending to die an awful lot here. See if we can work together with the range blaster here. A few more points there. I was shooting the right side, hoping that someone else would shoot the left, but I guess throwing a trash can it works too. Smart of them to run away at that point. I was able to cut them off anywhere else they went. Like, if I were to go in for this play right here, with most team comps, someone would be able to push up with me. I wouldn't get just 1v2'd like that. So I need to play a lot more lane than I really want to. More passively. Oh no. Okay, good, we got one. We should have enough of an advantage to clear this. As long as our range blaster's alive, they can't stay on the tower for long. Let's get up. Over there. Okay, they're just painting. Probably getting special. It's just that forge. Nice. Did just enough damage that the blaster indirect is going to be able to do it. Oh, let's go. Ah, I couldn't find it. That was a fantastic crowd tank, and nobody can tell me differently. No, they really keep putting... I put me with the double backline. Like, I readied up when I didn't remember that this was going to be the same comp that I had before. But it worked out a second time. And now I get to leave. GG's, Spec. That should be enough so that we don't end up with double backline again. GG, Breck. Land Glugadoolies is huge as Kensa 52 because it seems like they're very similar. Glugadoolies are a weak main weapon, is the problem there. It doesn't paint very well at all because of the really low fire rate. It's difficult mechanically because you have to be accurate with like every single shot or else your kill time sucks. And in order to get the 2-shot kill, you need to dodge roll. Whereas with 52, you can literally just hold down the ZR button and it's always a 2-shot. So the extra range tends to not make up for that. Paint especially is really important in this game, and it not being able to paint is not great. Not good for it. No, we needed that, Breck. We had a double backline. It was just you and me that were going to be able to move forward at all. The Galgadoolies? Oh, God. 96 gal when you're not dodge rolled, 52 gal when you are. That sounds so goofy. I'm picturing them with like a 52 in one hand and a 96 in another, and they're just really buff. So they're able to hold both of them. And that's how you mix up a blaster. You get up really close to them. Because they have to hit a direct in order to be able to splat you from that range. It's the only way they can do any damage. There's no indirect if you're too close to one. I don't know why I fell off. This actually puts me in a terrible position. Yeah. I low-grounded myself as a crab tank. Big screw-ups. Do I have a crab tank from this yet? No, I don't. I need to go for the tower. Oh, that was interesting. Okay. 3 down, but we got all the way to the last checkpoint. It's gonna take a big push. This is a good spot. How is this not hitting? There we go. Luna Blaster. I feel like I am getting really far forward and then I'm dying and realizing my entire team is way further back. Moving up here, we got the dapples in position. You don't want to over-focus on the right because the left is where they can actually stop tower from. Oh god, that's a lot. Good thing they didn't have charge. I was in ball form, thank you. Oh man, we do not need somebody on their right side right now. We need somebody watching the tower. Oh my god, I flubbed that so hard. Damn. Good picks, good picks. Now we need to control the left side. Right side literally doesn't matter. It's right side doesn't matter, left side is the one we need control of. I'm just gonna get up here, but then back up. There we go. Oh. Save the tower and keep it moving. Nice. I hope that helped the teammate and wasn't just a little bit of extra damage that got me the assist. We don't have any pressure on them though. It would have been really nice to have at least like a torpedo up there or something, but yeah, we didn't have a lot of specials or anything. I needed to hit all of those shots for that to work. Probably didn't need to be pushing it either. I just thought it would be an easy pick. It's 2 down. Nice, 3 down. And we get to get this jump if we do this effectively. Nobody's shooting it with me. Okay, I traded, but there's still someone over here. Where are we? The tower is in mid. We're fighting everywhere that's not that. Okay, that's 3 down. Last player's here. Oh my god. Where's our clash? We need them. We need them to clear that. Ah, man. Okay, at least they did eventually get there. Nautilus is competitively viable. I've been saying for a long time that we've been underrating this weapon. I think people are finally getting a better sense of like how it can be used and when to use it. There we go. But I don't think its kit is even bad. Like, not with a bomb is good, but, like, point sensor's not bad in this game. And Nautilus doesn't need the bomb all the time. It's still able to bully frontline weapons without the bomb. It's like, since the Naut isn't going to be frontlining that much, it doesn't really need to poke people out of position as badly. It can wait for its frontliners to go in and, like, support them by throwing the point sensor. And then just sit back in a typical Nautilus position and do its thing. It doesn't have to worry about closing distance because its frontliners are going to do that for it. Wondering if you compete. Yes, I am a Div 4... I'm on a Div 4 team in Ludi called Cold Coral. I have also played for a team called the Grillers that is Div 4, and a team called Watercolor that was Div 5. I've been around for a few years for sure. Nautilus is cool, okay? I like Nautilus. I think it's neat. Okay. I'm warmed up. I'm going to take a shot at 2400. See if we can get there today. We've got 2 chances here. I've just got to get a win on one of them. And then even just the minimum of a plus 10 will get me up to 24. This is Scorch and Brinewater Rainmaker. Thank you. Thank you for the good luck. What would be broken with K-Gal's kit? The 52 gal. How's it going, Keo? Okay. Pretty standard comps except for the sploosh, I guess. But we're not hurting too much for it. We're gonna have that in any mode. Probably rather have it in Rainmaker. For its ability to pop the Rainmaker shield, its fast paint in front of it. Oh, that is gorgeous. Push to 18 in the first 30 seconds. Let's go. I couldn't really get a lot of value out of the Tri-Strike. I need to think about what I could have done better there with that placement. so... Okay, I should die. But they aren't firing shots at me, so I just get to live. They're not using their weapon. I don't want to get too caught up in this, because otherwise that happens. Alright. We probably lose check for this. Oh, no, no, we just land that right on top of their heads, and we're good. Okay. I don't like the trade, but at least we get 2 for 1. So the problem is the trade includes a checkpoint. Like, they're happy to get this checkpoint even if they lose the push. Not a fan of the fact that we lost that many people there. Okay, we got 1. Let's get these bombs in behind them and try to cut them off here. Guys, push up, push up. Everybody was directly in front of you in your view, and I was pushing them into a corner. Maybe they were trying to get them from above, I don't know. Nothing happened. And it's still over here, too. We didn't move it out of our base. What? I thought I did not see a ring go out that far. Oh, this is really bad. This can easily snowball in their favor. We can cut this off, and then there's less watching from the front. We're able to get the Rainmaker as a trade for that, but we need to not let them pop it here, because that gives them a lot of paint. We let them pop it. Okay, we unpainted it. Okay, we need to get this out of here. Get the pop, that's good. Cleared this. They're stuck. This player's really weak. Got them. Just 1. Did we die? Okay, okay. I saw someone out here, and I was like, if we died with the Rainmaker, having walked even further back into our base. Oh, God, that was way closer than it should have been. Should have had control of that a lot sooner. I'm concerned. We got a lot of time to make that all happen again. I'm just going to sit here and pop our tri-strike, because I'm not confident that teammates are going to push up at this point. Okay, we got one over there. Let's try moving in from this angle. Oh, crap! It's right around the corner. I didn't see it until it was too late. Good thing we traded rain, but we're going to lose a lot of stage position from me going down. Got him. Good to get one clean, even if it is a tactical one. Get some paint control. We're 1 down, but we can stall with the tri-strike. Let's just pop this and throw it now. Still 1 down. We're going to start throwing a bunch of bombs over here, so we need to move. You don't get to come up here. Okay, maybe you do. But at least you're using the crab tank from further back. It's a little tense, but we got out. Still 1 in front, not going to try and die to that. We already got 2, let's just take our time. Try to camp the jumps. That should be game. No way they survived that booyah, let's go. Alright. Let's see what we get for that. Let's go. Now, granted, this is Splatoon 3, where the numbers are inflated. But that is higher than any power I ever got in Splatoon 2. So that feels good. Feels good, even though it's probably not as difficult to get as the 2415 was in Splatoon 2. I'm not actually top 500. I'm top 500 out of the people who chose to remain in the NA server. There was kind of an exodus to the Japanese servers after that last season, so it's the big fish out of a smaller pond. But it is kind of neat to have the crown over my head. Yeah, 2150 used to be like top like 15,000 or something like that in Splatoon 2. So for it to be top 2,000, it shows you just how many people have left. But it's cool. 2460. I'm on the edge, so I can't open the menu. I think that's a good place to leave off for now. We're gonna go and send everybody off on a raid. We're gonna see who's around to be raided. Oh, Devi's streaming. Let's go raid Devi. If you don't know Devi, then you have not been watching this stream very much. Should need no introductions. Captain of the Grillers, Holy Hydra Mom. Here are my links, everybody, in case you would like to find more of me. I've got a Twitch, a YouTube, a TikTok, Metafy, Patreon, Twitter, Discord, lots of things to check out there if you want to find more of my content. Appreciate all y'all watching, and we will see you next time. Let's go say hi to